All right. Looks like we're live. House husband, congratulations, you're first.
Former President Donald Trump said this morning that he has almost enough money to post bond, undercutting his lawyer's claims that he would not be able to comply with the $464 million judgment against him.
He should not have said that because he doesn't have the money.
In the civil fraud case brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. He has until Monday to post the bond before James can start seizing his assets. And apparently she's already on the move. But he wrote on Truth Social early this morning, through hard work, talent, and luck, I currently have almost $500 million in cash, a substantial amount of which I intended to use in my campaign for president.
Isn't that fucking illegal? Are you not allowed to use campaign funds for legal issues? I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Frank has a new eye surgery video to respond to. Ah, sick, dude. Hopefully Sam shows up so we can watch it with him.
The often overturned political hack judge on the rigged and corrupt AG case, where I have done nothing wrong.
Hopeful IT's lawsuit destroys his evil plans for Project 2025.
Yeah, hopefully. Probably will, because he's literally saying campaign funds are being used for the lawsuit, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. He shouldn't be able to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Knew this, wanted to take it from me, and that's where and why he came up with the shocking number, which, coupled with his crazy interest demand, is approximately $454 million. That's all one sentence. I did nothing wrong except win an election in 2016 that I wasn't expected to win, did even better in 2020, and now lead by a lot in 2024. This is communism in America. In another post, he described the judgment as so unconstitutional and said, Judge Arthur Engeron came up with a crazy out of thin air award in order to damage me politically and not allow me to use any of the large amount of cash I have built up over the years through hard work, insight, instinct, and diligence on my political campaign for president. His lawyers have previously said in a court filing on Monday that he was unable to secure a bond, despite the fact that at a deposition last year, Trump said he had substantially in excess of $400 million in cash. And he's likely about to become much, much richer after it was announced today that his company Trump Media would be taken public. Shareholders voted to approve Trump Media's merger with a blank check company following years of legal and regulatory obstacles. Trump will own a dominant stake in a public company with shares worth more than $3 billion at current market prices. But that doesn't mean much with regard to the bond, because he won't be able to monetize his stake right away.
Unfortunately, this scam succeeded.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
A resolution to formally ban Trump from spending RNC money on legal fees never saw a vote. Republicans instead take Trump at his word.
The Trump campaign has confirmed that indeed they have no plans to spend any RNC dollars on it and will not do it. And we appreciate that very much.
Oh, they absolutely will do it.
Hasn't he literally admitted that he's doing it?
Newly minted joint fundraising agreement between the RNC and Trump's campaign funnels money to Trump's legal bills before the RNC even gets a cut. And wait until you see the flip-flopping from Trump's team on this one. But first, some more details about this deal. This was discovered after the Associated Press obtained an invite to a high-dollar donor event in Palm Beach, Florida on April 6th. The fine print explains, donations to the Trump 47 committee will first be used to give the maximum amount allowed under federal law to Trump's campaign. Anything left over from the donation next goes to a maximum contribution to Save America. And then anything left from there goes to the RNC and then to state political parties. And some context on that PAC, Save America. According to campaign finance disclosures, Save America spent 85% of its operating expenses on legal activities during the first 2 months of this year, totaling $8.5 million already. And that PAC has been used as the main vehicle for paying Trump's mounting legal bills. It has spent more than $72.5 million on legal expenses since January 1st, 2021, federal election records show. Now, with Trump's daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, in control of the RNC, maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise, but here's what the Trump family was telling top Republicans before they took over. They insisted RNC funds wouldn't be used to cover his legal bills. And for reasons unknown, it seems like the party believed them. Take a look at this.
But I do want to ask you one question about the former president's legal fees and whether or not a single dollar from the RNC or anyone who gives any money to the RNC, can you assure them or not that nothing will be used for the former president's legal proceedings?
Look, the president.
If by Save America you mean Distillery America, then yes.
You might want to check your spelling, Dodo, but I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they will destroy America. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The president's campaign has made it perfectly clear that they are not going to ask for any of those legal funds to be coming out of the RNC. So that's a done deal.
But then, once the Trumps took over the RNC, Laura Trump began insisting this is actually what Republicans want. Take a look.
You think paying for President Trump's legal bills is something that is of interest of Republican voters?
Absolutely. That's why you've seen a GoFundMe get started. That's why people are furious right now when they see the attacks against him. They feel like it's an attack not just on Donald Trump, but on this country.
Like, it's great how Republicans are this fucking stupid. Like, that's ideal for them to waste campaign finances on his legal funds. So yeah, get fucked.
This comes at a time where the RNC is facing a major cash crunch. In 2023, Trump's re-election campaign raised 62.5% less money from small dollar donors than it did in 2019, the year before the last presidential election. In January of this year, Trump's campaign reported raising around $3 million from small dollar donors, according to data from Open Secrets. That may sound like a lot of money, but consider that Biden's political operation raised nearly $2 million in just one day, February 29th. According to a campaign spokesman for the president. Cenk and Trey, I'm curious, how do you feel? Can you believe that
it's just baffling how this guy is even running again.
way Trump's stake will be tied up for much of the year under a so-called lockup agreement, a normal arrangement for such deals to ensure that insiders don't bail as soon as a company goes public and push down the stock price. There's more to the story, but I want to bring you both in. Cenk, what do you make of this? Do you believe him when he says he has the money for it?
Well, I hope it's true. Then this whole thing's solved. As usual, Donald Trump punches himself in the face. BMO. So I'm gonna come back to that in a second. I'm gonna come back to, I have the answer for how to solve all this. So rest assured, everybody, take a deep breath. And then my favorite part is the Trump media asset that he's now theoretically has over $3 billion. I love that, sir. Okay, so one thing at a time. A lot of mainstream media don't give you honest news. We do. You know why? Because of you. Paid membership on YouTube, Donald Trump claimed that he had $10 billion. Then in 2021, he legally said that he.
Yes, Biden is kicking Trump's ass and I love it.
Yeah. It's becoming more and more clear that he's gonna win the election. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I have a really nice kitty here. Look at this little cuddle cat.
Frank made a video about him eyes, oh wow, it is gay and cringe and more gay lol.
Okay, sweet.
Frank, give us an eye update.
All right. Oh, damn, 30 minutes too. Okay, sweet. I'll wait for James to get here, aka Sam, and we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Kevin. If he doesn't show up, we'll still watch it.
He has $4.5 billion. And so if he really has $4.5 billion, you might still have some difficulty getting $500 million in cash, because a lot of people have it locked up in stocks or real estate, et cetera, that's harder to get out. But if you have $4.5 billion, you probably have $500,000 in cash, as Trump is saying now. But I'd like to make a couple of notes about that. Number one, if you have it, then why are we having this conversation? The law is you're supposed to give it over, and you just said you have it. He's so dumb, he just can't help himself. Why would you say, as you're begging everyone, and your lawyer said on TV that you might even be asking foreign governments for the money? You have right-wing media begging right-wing billionaires for the money. Why would you say you have it then? You're in court saying you don't have it, and then you publicly say that you do have it. It's Donald Trump's lack of intelligence is immeasurable. He's like negative IQ.
Oh yeah, he's stupid as fuck. He should not say that he has that money.
And why? Because he can't help himself. He wants to. His whole thing is self-puffery. I'm so rich, I have so much money, and that's a stupid game he's been playing this whole time. Can I ask you guys if you guys are diehard MAGA, and you think, oh, Cenk, boo, Trump's right about everything. He's such a demigod of truth and honesty. Wait a minute, and he's such an awesome businessman. Let's just think this through, because if Trump is right, and you guys are right, that he always tells the truth, he had 10 billion in 2016, 4.5 billion in 2021. How did this awesome businessman lose $5.5 billion in 5 years?
Yep.
A resolution to formally ban Trump from spending RNC money on legal fees.
Oh wait, we already.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. So Glenn, Donald Trump has now come out on Truth Social and claimed that he has almost $500 million in cash for his presidential campaign, and that's why Judge Goodrum imposed that judgment for $455 million, because he wanted to wipe out his campaign cash. But at the same time, in court, Donald Trump's lawyers recently told the appellate court that he has no means to pay that $500 million in bonds. So clearly one of them is lying here. So what happens next in this scenario?
So, Brian, what happens next is, in part, Judge Goodrum might be in a position to play who's lying here, right? Because just a few days ago, Donald Trump's lawyers filed a motion in court saying Donald Trump doesn't have $500 million to cover the massive money judgment that was entered against him in connection with Attorney General Tish James' civil suit that was brought against Donald Trump for his massive systemic business fraud. And, when his attorneys file a pleading in court, they're supposed to be acting as what we call officers of the court. They're not supposed to put any misrepresentations, anything inaccurate, or any outright lies in a court pleading. Now,
Trump is so fucked.
Oh yeah. This is it for him. He's going to be broke. He's going to be in jail, and that's how he's going to spend the rest of his fucking days. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, did you hear this exciting news about a former The Daily Wire employee? Also, did you hear that Marjorie T. Greene filed motion to vacate?
I didn't. I heard about Candace Owens getting fired. I knew this was coming because she was making anti-Semitic, conspiratorial claims, and obviously Jews run the Daily Wire, so she was not destined to work there for very long. And I'd imagine that's a pretty good job. I've seen some of the Daily Wire contracts. They were getting paid good fucking money. Like, they were getting paid more than fairly, so that was super, super stupid of her to do that. She is one of the dumbest fucking people I've ever fucking come across. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Appreciate it.
I don't know that anybody will accuse Donald Trump's lawyers of setting the standard for accuracy and candor. However, I find it really hard to believe that they would dump a whole bunch of lies into that pleading and then file it with Judge Goodrum on matters as consequential as whether Donald Trump has the money or can put up the bond to be able to appeal the verdict in the fraud case without having to pay out. More precisely, without giving Tish James everything she needs to begin seizing his property. So Judge Engoron may end up playing the game of who's lying. Let's talk about that. Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social, I have $500 million. What does that tend to tell me? Donald Trump doesn't have $500 million.
Yeah.
But okay, let's indulge him for a minute. Let's assume his lawyers put information in that court filing that was truthful and accurate. Donald Trump does not have the money to cover the $500 million judgment, or kind of cut right to the chase. Our client doesn't have $500 million. Further, our client cannot get a bond. He's dealt with all of the insurance companies and sureties and bondsmen that, he can think of. Nobody will put up a bond for him. Nobody will vouch for him. Nobody believes he is a good risk. So then let's assume that's truthful. Let's assume Donald Trump told the truth. Just indulge me on this fiction for a minute. Donald Trump just told the truth on Truth Social that he's got $500 million. Does that mean he has just come in to $500 million because there was somebody who was willing to front him that money, understanding the leverage they would then have over Donald Trump, right? He would be financially beholden to them for $500 million. And
Vince is dumb.
Let me take a look, nigga in China.
Beyond that, there's not really much you can do as far as being wrongfully convicted of any crime. Other than just to hang in there.
Best thing you can do if you are being wrongfully accused of a crime is to keep your fucking mouth shut. A lot of people end up self-incriminating themselves, and you should take advantage of your Fifth Amendment right.
But, if you're wrongfully convicted, or if you are rightfully convicted, you just do your time there. Beyond that, there's not really...
you can file appeals, so get a good lawyer.
Here's a video where Marjorie Taylor Jewish Space Lasers Green said that she filed a motion to vacate House Speaker Maggot Mike Johnson. I just love how this is a repeat of the last House Speaker's fate, lol.
I don't even... that's weird. I don't even know why they're doing that. But yeah, I'll watch that video next. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday afternoon, just sitting outside eating my peanut butter sandwich for lunch. The reason why I wanted to make this video is I just want to make people aware that I am not autistic in any way whatsoever. But honestly, what is wrong with being autistic? If a person is a positive contribution to society, then they're doing a lot better than people that just lay around all day, able-bodied.
His head is literally the same shape as Mr. Potato Head. It's literally the exact same shape. That's amazing.
But collecting things such as food stamps and welfare. That goes the same for anyone that's blind, handicapped, or have some other capacity that makes it a little bit harder for them to do the tasks that are at hand in any type of workplace. But we should not dismiss them at all whatsoever. At no point in time should we ever criticize someone that is disabled, is autistic, that is deaf or blind in any circumstance whatsoever. If they are making a positive contribution to society, society, then they should be applauded for their efforts, period. But just wanted to offer this advice, so I'm going to go ahead and get back to my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or in this case, grilled chicken sandwich. And you guys have a good day. Be sure to like and subscribe to the.
Thank you for standing up for all of us, Vince. Well, have to agree with that. Dodo donated $2. Great news. You know, George Santos was running in the GOP primary for New York 1 congressional district. Now he decided he's going to run as an independent instead. He will spoil the election to help Democrats. Sweet. After today's embarrassing showing in the House, I have reflected and decided that I can no longer be part of the Republican Party. Republican Party continues to lie and swindle its voter base. Oh, that's funny coming from him.
She motioned to vacate BC. Mike Johnson compromised on a spending bill that passed. The exact same thing happened to McCarthy, literally the exact thing, except it was Gates.
Okay. Well, that's good for us. Republican Party's fucktarded. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. I, in good conscience, cannot affiliate myself with a party that stands for nothing and falls for everything. I'm officially spending my petition in New York 1 to access the ballot as a Republican and will be filing to run as an independent. I'll take my ultra-mega Trump-supporting values to the ballot in November as an independent. What the fuck? Okay. Well, good job, dude. Booty Cum donated $2. Did you see ISIS attack in Russia today? I did not. Russia, ISIS.
And
that is interesting. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. Dodo donated $2. ISIS attack in Russia kills over 50, injures hundreds. U.S. intelligence warned them, but they didn't listen. They must have thought it was some sort of bluff or something. That is stupid. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fucking shit. Whoa. I would hate to be in a situation like that where there's like multiple armed gunmen and then you have nothing to defend yourself. It's so bullshit how there's still so many countries that don't let you carry any kind of firearm. And then like this shit happens all the fucking time. Goonsesh donated $2. Richard, can you go to Israel with Destiny in order to protect him from getting Minecrafted? Sure, I'd be more than happy to act as his bodyguard. Thanks for the donation, Goonsesh. I think I'd have to update my passport, though. Is he live right now? Let me see. It's not on Discord.
Нужно все-таки связывать это с контекстом предупреждения, которое было пару недель назад с американской стороны и российской стороны. Предупреждение еще раз, оно было довольно конкретное, хотя российская сторона жаловалась, что оно общее. Предупреждение было по поводу возможных терактов против российских интересов и граждан со стороны ИГИЛ-К. Это афганистанская ячейка Международной террористической организации ИГИЛа. Хотя российская сторона ответила довольно как-то холодно и сказала, что это предупреждение они считают серьезным. Все-таки были аресты пару представителей этой организации на территории России.
Россия в последние месяцы усиленно дружит с Ираном, Хизбаллой, Хамасом, исламским джихадом.
Whoa, that's a weird admission. Russia has been in active friendly relations with Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas.
Исламским джихадом, куситами, движение Ансар Алла и Талибаном. Проблема, конечно, в том, что у Талибана совершенно случайно, как, кстати, и у иранского режима, есть смертельный враг. И этот смертельный враг называется Исламское государство, которого и так, как мы знаем, уже были столкновения с Россией.
Booty come donate $2. The two guys got away too. Holy shit. That's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Booty Kim.
And he could appeal that massive money judgment. So it could be that Trump's lawyers are telling the truth.
Can you say fava beans without an English accent? You mean with an English accent? Fava beans.
That Trump is telling the truth. Then the question becomes, where did the money come from? That is also part of what it looks like Judge Engoron will be looking into. Because among other things in his recent order, sort of giving Barbara Jones the monitor over the Trump financial matters, enhanced powers and abilities. One of the things Judge Engoron said is, listen, I need to know more about what Donald Trump's lawyers just filed a few days ago regarding how he just can't make the bond. He's tried it.
Bull fucking shit. You said you were gonna stream at 8 p.m. Dance, you big juicy broccoli.
I'm not gonna dance, but I'll play this video. How about that? 15 isn't quite enough for dancing. I'll do a dance for like 50. Thanks for the donation, though, Black Lotus. Yeah, I said I was going to stream at 8, and then I ended up starting the stream at 10. I've just been having issues with exhaustion. I literally slept right until now, all day. I finished the stream this morning, and then I just slept. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Dodo Donate Tellers, do you know Candace Owens left the Daily Wire? Yes. I think she have got a better gig working for the Kremlin, not joking. Also, this is deterrence. Let me see. U.S. Special Forces are now operating on the Kinmen Islands of Taiwan, which are less than 6 kilometers away from the Chinese city of Xiamen. Main island of Taiwan's 180 kilometers to the east. U.S. military recently announced permanent presence in Taiwan. Fucking sick, dude. Absolutely based. Come try something, China. You didn't hear much about it, but ISIS killed 43 people in a terror attack in Kandahar, Afghanistan just 48 hours ago. Most of them were Taliban soldiers lining up to withdraw money from a bank. Wow. Yeah, ISIS, even, like, the fucking Taliban hate ISIS. Like, you know you're fucking bad when the Taliban hate you. Yeah, it's pretty fucked, man. Okay. I might have to dance to this.
One more. And these niggas, we can't take no more. Then have somebody face it on the floor. Ain't nobody safe when I want more. Somebody open up the safe cause I want more. I'm getting to this money, I want more. When I'm all up in the pussy, I want more. These niggas really hate cause they want more. Let me fucking on it out, yes I want more. And these niggas, we can't take no more. Finna have somebody face it on the floor. Ain't nobody safe when I want more. Somebody open up the safe cause I want more. I'm getting money on you motherfuckers. Your girl wanna suck me like a sucker, yeah. This young nigga came to start some ruckus. You knew I stay in the gym, shoot nothing buckets. Bad bitch, she wanna fuck me, get money on the Sunday. Pussy tasty like a Sunday, I turn nothing into something. The moment niggas start to rush and I'm a bustin'. Girl, I ain't into fussing unless you down for fucking. Getting money, yeah, that's my motto. You know I keep that good, we call it that draw. Haters gonna hate, we hate some more. Everything was cool till the police hit the door. She blowing up my phone like she want more. But I'm not stupid, that's a lure. You knew I go to work like it's a chore. Roll me up a blunt and I soar. I'm getting to this money, I want more. When I'm all up in the pussy, I want more. These niggas really hate, but they want more. Catch me smoking on that out, yes I want more.
That is horrible. Dodo donated $2. Oh wait. Did I already look? Yeah, I looked at that one.
ISIS hates Iran because the Sunni/Shia shit don't remember which is which, but yeah, ISIS is like Iran's bitter-eated cousin.
Yeah, I know, I'm pretty sure every single Muslim country hates ISIS, don't they? Isn't there, like, not a single one that supports ISIS? Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Dodo donated $2, World War III. What are you squeaking for? Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu announces the creation of 2 new ground armies with 16 new brigades, 14 new divisions, as at Noklador points out, that's more than the combined armies of Belgium, UK, France. I don't know what that is. Wait, is that France and Switzerland or some shit?
До конца года планируется сформировать 2 общевойсковые армии и 30 соединений, в том числе 14 дивизий и 16 бригад. Продолжен совершенствование боевого численного состава российской армии соразмерно возникшим угрозам военной безопасности страны. Уважаемые коллеги, по моему поручению Министерство обороны ведется выпуск и внедрение электронных удостоверений ветеранов.
Like, the thing is, they can put as many bodies on the ground as they want. One, it's clear they don't even have enough resources to fit all their troops. And two, their strategies are so terrible, they're just meat wave attacks, so they're just all gonna get killed. Watch this. It's actually impressive, I think. Wait, I think what you think.
All right, we should be streaming live here. Hello, world. How's it going out there? My name is Bliss, and I'm an engineer at Neuralink. And I'd like to introduce you to the first ever user of the Neuralink device. And I think you're my only telekinetic friend that I have.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, not many more of those out there. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Nolan Arbaugh. I'm 29 years old. About 8 years ago, I was in kind of a freak diving accident and dislocated my C4, C5. So I'm a complete quadriplegic. So I'm paralyzed from below the shoulders. I have no sensation or movement below my level of injury, so below my shoulders. Yeah, that about covers it, right?
Do you want to introduce some of your dogs here? Let me flip
Yeah,
the camera so you guys
absolutely.
can see.
That's fucked.
Oh.
Yeah, dogs all over the place.
Yeah, that's Montana. The one walking by is Grace. Gracie!
Gracie, come here.
Hi, Grace.
How's it going, Gracie? Yeah. All right.
This is what people did for
Yeah, they just here for the dogs.
Yeah, so I love playing chess, and so this is one of the things that y'all have enabled me to do, something that I wasn't able to really do much the last few years, especially not like this. I had to use like a mouse stick and stuff, but now it's all being done with my brain. If y'all can see the cursor moving around the screen, that's all me, y'all. It's pretty cool, huh?
Actually, can you pause the song just for the audio coming through?
Wow.
And that was also done with your brain?
Yep. It's all brain power up there.
Can you explain a little bit just to people who maybe don't have any context on this field or what's going on?
That's impressive, but like they've been able to do this for like a decade, so.
Here, how are you able to actually move the cursor?
Yeah, so we started out with trying out a few different things. We basically went from what we call kind of differentiating, like imagined movement versus attempted movement. So a lot of what we started out with was attempting to move. So I would attempt to move, say, my right hand, left, right, forward, back to move. And from there, I think it just became intuitive for me to start imagining the cursor moving. Basically, it was like using the force on a cursor, and I could get it to move wherever I wanted. Just stare somewhere in the screen, and it would move where I wanted it to, which was such a wild experience.
This guy wants to know if you feel like a wizard.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. It really is. It's so cool. I'm so freaking lucky to be a part of this and stuff. I mean, every day it seems like we're learning new stuff, and I just can't even describe how cool it is to be able to do this.
Do you want to briefly talk about a little bit, I guess, what have you been using this for outside of these?
Yeah, so rather than actually using the device for what it was really intended, they're just using like 10-year-old technology, basically.
Sort of research sessions, or when you're just playing chess, what are some of the things you've been getting value from this from?
Yeah, so one of the first times y'all gave me complete control over this, I actually stayed up until, I don't know.
Familiar with control.
Already changed my...
Not particularly impressive, but it's interesting technology.
You're really lucky that you have the job you do. You would never make it in the real world.
I don't know if I'd never make it, but I am lucky to have the job I have. I'm not good with working with people. That's like the biggest issue that I have working in a real workplace, or even just running my own business. Just working with other people is a huge problem for me, so this is pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, Negro. Elias donated $2. Jesus, you look scary as fuck when you dance. Anyways, in light of recent events, let me see. After many years of intellectual analysis, I've come to the conclusion that ISIS is actually a creation of Japan, to destabilize Japan's opponents such as Russia and promote the use of Toyota vehicles in the Islamic world. Benzai, Bakia both begin with the same letters. I think terrorists just know Toyota is a reliable make, so I think it's all just a coincidence. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Hi, I just got cheated on. My GF kissed another dude when she was blackout drunk. She immediately told me what happened and is willing to go to therapy and is remorseful. Do you have experience with this? 4 years dating, we both went vegan together.
I mean, to be fair, she was, like, at least that's what she claims, that she was blackout drunk, so, maybe those were, you know, adverse circumstances. If you're willing to trust her on that, which, if you have enough evidence to suggest she was indeed blackout drunk, then it might be worth forgiving her and going through couples therapy and everything to work it out. But I'd be skeptical that she was blackout drunk and that's just like some weird excuse she came up with. Is my mic a little low? Yeah, it is. Oh, that's strange. Yeah, I'd be skeptical of the claim that she was blackout drunk, personally. But again, if you have reason to believe that's truthful and accurate, then, you know, I don't have experience with that sort of thing, but, you know, it is what it is, man. If you think it's worth keeping the relationship, then it's up to you. There's no right or wrong answer. Thanks for the donation, though, B. Best of luck. Vince Gay Bum donated $2. This cat doesn't like the brush. Cat says no. Oh. That's a really cute round boy. Oh my god. Look how round. Oh my god. Does not like being brushed. Says no. Thanks for the donation, Vince Gabum. No, I haven't watched Matt Walsh yet, Aaron. We're gonna watch it. Don't worry. Elias donated $2. Oh, wait. Did I already answer that? Jesus, you look scary and weird when you dance anyways, in light of recent events. Yeah, you sent me this twice. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias. Appreciate it.
Hello, Vegan Gains. I hope you are having a nice day. I have 2 questions for you. 1. How would you recommend I get into animal rights activism or vegan climate activism? I can't decide which is more effective altruism. 2. How do you learn all of your knowledge?
So, there's a lot of different ways. You can just make a YouTube channel, you can make an Instagram, you can do social media activism, or you can, you know, either participate or organize IRL activist events. There's no right or wrong way. I would say online activism is probably more effective. Probably, at least under certain circumstances. But I would look into joining like activist Facebook groups and maybe go from there. How do I learn all my knowledge? Just read a lot. A very easy way to, get yourself, involved in figuring out proper, chains of information and, collecting evidence is to get involved in debate. If you're arguing with people and debating regularly, you're going to have to come up with arguments and come up with, sources of information to prove your point. And it just puts you in a position where you just have to figure out all these things and, slowly develop a knowledge base. That's basically how I learned. Thanks for the donation, though. Question for Vegan Gains. Hope that helps. Dodo donated $2. Put on 2x speed and watch. See how close the world came to being dominated by Islam. 2x speed. Dude, what the fuck is going on upstairs? The fuck?
I'm not really sure how this Neuralink shit works, but I do know that I would never put a fucking microchip in my head. If that type of technology becomes mainstream, we're gonna end up living in a world like that TV show Black Mirror.
I don't think brain implants are going to be commonplace for a very long time. Opening up a part of your skull has a lot of downsides. And most people who have functioning limbs, there's not really any upside to, to cutting open your skull just so that you can, use technology without using your hands. But thanks for the donation, nigga.
A lot of people initially speculated it was Ukrainians doing the terror attacks predictably. Some Ukrainians were apathetic and some supportive, which I get on an emotional level. But terrorism is inherently unjustifiable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terror attack on a civilian population. I would never support something like that. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Did you see that Candace Owens got fired from the Daily Wire? I guess being a piece of shit will only get you so far.
Yeah, especially when you're an anti-Semite working for a Jewish corporation. But yeah, I saw. Thanks for the donation, Omni Vegan.
Did you watch Crispiracy? What's going on upstairs above your ceiling? Is someone planning an attack on Lord VG? Do you need backup? We got you home, VG.
Still haven't watched Crispiracy. I'm gonna watch it soon. I think the animals are just running around and playing. That's what's going on. Thanks for the donation. Animals are babies. Okay, this is already inaccurate. They say Jesus is crucified. Jesus never existed.
What the hell is up with this guy's forearm? Looks gross.
"48 hours post-op. They say take it easy. I say take the stairs. They say take the elevator. I say if you got a fucking hand, fill it with something heavy. Get to fucking work. Earn it. Live it. breathe it.
If I had to guess, it looks like he tore his bicep.
They say you're gonna lose the eye. Good. Got another arm. They say you might get cancer.
That's what it looks like. I don't know what actually happened, but... Yeah, what happened to his arm?
To the guy who was cheated on, you must try to sleep with all her friends and family members. Try to keep it a secret for as long as you can. If after 6 months she doesn't find out, then tell her. It will destroy her world and relationships with others. Win.
I don't know if that's the right way to go about things. It's kind of petty and toxic, but thanks for the donation, Mr. Good Advice.
You gotta watch Frankenstein's new video for a good laugh.
We're gonna watch his video, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Grass, who donated $2? There's a new Nabby Asley vid. Okay, we'll watch that. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Wrote this before going to sleep yesterday. I had no fucking intention on sharing it with anybody. Now it looks like I might be sharing it with everybody. Here's where it goes. Yesterday I felt like absolute ass. Dragged my body through the day, just fucking exhausted. My bicep injury, it became real. Liver King Chef Lino, he's struggling. Has sleep debt, could barely piece some fucking sentences together. They knew something was wrong. That just kind of hurts a little bit because his life force is usually so strong. My best friend learned a hard lesson. A painful
Yeah, his eye is fucked.
lesson. A little pain for me too, right there. Sandra cried. That hurt my heart. And if you knew Sandra, fucking hurt your heart a little bit too. Balls dropped left and fucking right. No one is here for me. What the fuck am I paying for you? I'm paying for you to be here for me right fucking now. Right fucking now. I know. What a piece of fucking shit. I would hate me too. So, your permission granted. A C-level leader thought that it was over, and it wasn't. Loyalty above all. Stronger. My creative director scorches his hand making steak in a stupid bicep appointment with a surgeon. Turns out I'm having surgery tomorrow. Or if you're watching this tomorrow, today. I don't know if that makes sense.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay, clearly he just tore his bicep. Well, glad to see he's falling apart. Good thing Islam did not spread to the entire world. Prophet Muhammad and the love of wine. Okay, we'll watch that later. It's just long.
And tried, but he just can't do it, and he doesn't have the assets to put up. So I think we're going to be hearing about all of these matters probably as early as Monday. Why? Because Monday is the drop dead date. That is the day that if Donald Trump doesn't put up the money or put up a bond, Tish James begins seizing his assets.
Well, let's assume that Donald Trump is lying. I don't know what it is, but that just seems like the safe path here. If he is lying and he's posting in public that he has plenty of money to put up, and yet his lawyers are telling the truth that he doesn't, could this post by Donald Trump hurt him in court at all?
You know, it could hurt him more in the court of public opinion than it will actually hurt him in any legal proceeding. Why do I say that? Because let's assume Judge Engoron now holds a hearing on this matter, and he rightfully asks Donald Trump's lawyers, you said he doesn't have the money. He just posted that he does. His lawyers would have to tell, push comes to shove. They would have to accurately represent, Judge, our pleading was correct. And as far as we know, no circumstances have changed that would support our client's assertion that he has this $500 million. He may have expected that he might be getting it based on conversations that he had with somebody, some person, some entity, some foreign government or foreign actor, but we can't represent that he actually has it. Judge Engoron can't, for example, hold Donald Trump in contempt because he lied in in the public square. Donald Trump does that every day. So, it probably won't visit him legally, but I don't think it's going to help him in the court of public opinion any more than it's going to.
Are you well rested? Any new Frank vids to watch?
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Almost sneezed. I am fairly well rested. I slept all day, but I'm still tired, but what are you gonna fucking do? But yeah, there is a new Frank vid to watch. We're gonna watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Sam. I've just been waiting for you to show up.
Going to help him in court.
Well, how worried are you about the prospect of Donald Trump coming up with the money thanks to some foreign government or foreign entity?
Yeah, I think that is a possibility, a very real possibility. If you're Saudi Arabia, you're some other, country who has been known to, give money to Trump or Trump associated people. Jared Kushner comes to mind, $2 billion from the Saudis. I would think governments like that would enter into sort of a calculation. What's in it for me if I take $500 million, which to, the government of Saudi Arabia, the crown prince, is nothing. Can probably
nothing to potentially own a president of the United States.
Bingo. What kind of leverage does that give me? So I would like to be in a position to know that in the event Donald Trump becomes president again, not going to happen in my opinion, but if he does, then every decision Donald Trump will make, policy decision, he is probably going to enter into the calculation. What might this do for my creditor country, if it's Saudi Arabia, as a hypothetical? Or how might it harm Saudi Arabia or whoever it was that, pulled my butt out of that financial hole when I needed a cool $500 million? So, yeah, that's a president who, at best will have dual loyalties and at worst won't even care about the American people. He'll care more about his own financial circumstances.
Yeah, Trump,
I filed the motion.
Imagine sitting next to him on a plane and this retard opens a Pyrex with decaying flesh. Wahlberg went full retard.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm going to show you what I have in my bag that I have when I travel. So I got some bananas. I got some Lineage meat sticks, the only meat sticks on the planet with organs. I got cheese. I got burgers that I made ahead of time.
Ugh. Dude, if Paul ended up sitting next to me on a fucking plane, I think I'd crash the fucking plane.
I got more cheese. I got blueberries. I got apples. And I got a bag of oranges and apples.
Dude, this guy is an autistic tard.
You can bring all of this on a plane with you. And in case you didn't know this, when you go on a plane, you get 2 carry-on bags plus a bag of food. So even if I had a second carry-on, this bag is all food, so I can bring that one as well. But
yeah, I'd literally crash the plane. Also, Wahlberg went full retard.
Hi, Doctor. First meal of the day. Oh, very good. People love the nutrition.
Look at this recovery day. Look at the nutrition here. We've got the eggs, complete eggs, not just egg white, but they were getting the vitamins in the yolk and the high fatty acids. 5 eggs. Look at this beautiful salmon here. Great little bit of lemon juice and olive oil. Getting the essential fatty acids from that, the omega-3 fatty acids, the anti-inflammatories. Lacimos. Look at that. But then here we got
almonds.
Pistachios, the yogurt full of blueberries, natural yogurt, no sugar added. Great probiotic there. Mixing with the nuts makes the prebiotics. I think we're a complete meal here. This is...
That's bad. Oh my god. That is a big kitty. Oh my god. Dude, mountain lions are so huge. Oh my god, having a big kitty like that would be so awesome. If I had a mountain lion, I'd feed it just vegan cat food. That'd be so dope, having a vegan mountain lion. Oh my god, look how big. That is a big kitty. Holy shit. That's amazing. Oh.
Handsome boy doing today, huh? Huh?
Oh.
My handsome boy, huh? Are you doing good today?
Oh my god.
Are they eating animal products?
Yes, they were eating eggs, fish, and it looked like a hamburger or something. Like a, you know, simple basic bitch. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. That's a really handsome boy. Oh my god, look at him. That's a good dog. That's a really cute dog. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
So, after I saw female Uncle Ruckus being fired, I was telling my co-workers about it, explaining why it shouldn't be a political issue, but a human dignity/respect issue. I told them that I wish assault laws weren't put in place since I'd punch Nazis and KKK.
Oh yeah. There should be special exemptions for Nazis and KKK members and the like. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
To vacate today, but it's more of a warning and a pink slip. I respect our conference. I paid all my dues to my conference. I'm a member in good standing, and I do not wish to inflict pain on our conference and to throw the house in chaos. But this is basically a warning, and it's time for us to go through the process, take our time, and find a new Speaker of the House that will stand with Republicans and our Republican majority instead of standing with the Democrats.
That is a warning. If it's a warning, if it's a warning, does that mean that you're actually not going to go through and force this vote?
No, I will. I'm just
There's nothing that can convince you to back off.
There's not a time limit on this. It doesn't have to be forced and throw the House into chaos. I don't want to put any of our members in a difficult place like we were for 3.5 weeks. We're going to continue our committee work. We're going to continue our investigations. There's a lot of good investigations going that have to be able to proceed, and the American people deserve that. But I'm not saying that it won't happen in 2 weeks or it won't happen in a month or who knows when. But I am saying the clock has started. It's time for our conference to choose a new speaker.
That's funny.
And I want everyone to understand what you're looking at your screen here. This is not a video. This is live. This is actually what is happening live right now near Moscow, right outside that shopping center and concert venue where this occurred. So you can still see some of the flashing lights. But I want everyone to understand that what you're looking at here is live. So it's 2:30 in the morning. You've got a lot of traffic. You got a lot of cars going by here. And as that picture is zooming in a bit, you can see still the incredible amount of law enforcement and lights outside. Bob, the thing about this, and it is hard to sort of have this conversation and not feel a little odd because we are in the context of a massive war going on, right, in Ukraine. And yet in that context, the United States had told Russia, somehow had communications and told them to expect something like this, intercepting intelligence that was specific and spot on, saying that ISIS was determined to attack inside Russia. And then the U.S. Embassy issued a specific warning last weekend. The embassy is monitoring reports that extremists have imminent plans to target large gatherings in Moscow, to include concerts. And U.S. citizens should be advised to avoid large gatherings. And we understand this was also passed to Russian authorities. I mean, that is as specific and accurate as I've ever seen one of these things to be, Bob.
Oh, indeed it is. I think it's been picked up from chatter. I don't know if it was actionable, but if they didn't know where the concert was, the venue, or the time, it would have been nice to have that. The Russians would have paid attention. But the problem is Moscow is a big city. It's very vulnerable. And these attackers, keep in mind, listening to the gunfire, were very disciplined. They were executing people. This was not a pickup team. This is what should worry us, and what should also worry about us is what's happening in Afghanistan. Because if indeed this is the Islamic State of Khorasan, which is Afghanistan, they are regrouping there. And the attack against Iran in January, a suicide bombing in Kandahar and Pakistan, it tells me that they are regrouping.
And that, of course, has massive implications for the United States as well. General, the context here is also the war in Ukraine and Putin's
What do you think of Kyle Rittenhouse? That guy fucking annoys me. Fuck. His turkey shoot game is offensive and disgusting and problematic. Carnest piece of S. I hate that guy. But do you think what he did was valid self-defense? Was he in the wrong there?
Turkey shoot game. Oh, that's the App Store thing that he made on the phone.
Right.
I don't really care about that. I don't think Kyle Rittenhouse did anything wrong. He was well within his rights. It was proven in a court of law that he didn't commit murder. He was well within his rights with everything he did. The media just smeared him, and unfortunately, he's in like a really fucked up position now where he has issues going to school, he has issues getting a job, and the only political party that's willing to like take him in are the right-wing Republicans. So he's been hanging out with a lot of very questionable characters, but it's kind of understandable why that's kind of happened. But yeah, what he did was totally valid self-defense, and he, like, ideally he would have shot and killed more of those fucking pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation. Leave animals alone, bastards.
Frank, give us an eye update. Frank, give us an eye update. Frank, give us an eye update. My eyes are fucking crooked. What am I supposed to say? You guys are ridiculous. So let me actually put my phone down somewhere because this is gonna be a little bit of an explanation. But long story short, it's almost 2 a.m. We have a 5:45 a.m. check-in at New York Eye and Ear for surgery to correct my cross eyes. Going back a little bit, about a month and a half after the surgery, I was kind of like sketched out. I mean, you guys noticed I was kind of cross-eyed. I was worried it wasn't going to fix itself, although I was optimistic. I started scheduling appointments to see other doctors, and New York Eye and Ear is kind of like the most famous, well-known for the best doctors in New York, especially, maybe even in the whole U.S. I'm not too sure about that, but that's where my health insurance is, and that's close to me, and that makes the most sense out of everything. So went to see a few different optometrists, and they basically told me I had strabismus, which is misalignment of the eyes, which is caused by like a muscle imbalance, because there's 4 muscles basically. Well, I'm not sure on that, but I think there's like 4 muscle areas that attach the eye, top, bottom, left, and right.
Frankie Eyeballs is getting corrective surgery.
Yep. It'll be hilarious if that goes wrong too, and then he gets even more complications. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
And if one is tighter than the other or one is looser than the other, it can cause the eyes to be crossed in certain directions. I hope the lighting's okay, but I don't really care. So it could be up, down, left, right. And for me, it's weird because after that surgery, both of my eyes are pointing inward. So whatever the plastic surgeon did caused both of my eyes to point inward. And after I went to the New York doctors and they confirmed I had strabismus.
Candace Owens got fired. Yay. Yeah, I heard. She's such a dumb bitch.
I asked those New York doctors, hey, how often have you seen this after orbital decompression? They said it was very rare. So then, after speaking to them, I had my follow-up consultation with the plastic surgeon. So just to get the timeline correct, a month and a half, I'm like, okay, maybe something's wrong here. So, and then at the 2-month point, I was seeing the New York doctors. And then I had my follow-up with the plastic surgeon at 3 months. So I didn't schedule anything or want to get any surgeries, because at that 2-month point, the New York doctor basically told me I had to get surgery to fix it. Because it was severe enough that it was not going to correct itself. But I said, okay, hold on, let's wait, let's see what the plastic surgeon says, hopefully something optimistic. And he basically told me that he never saw this happen before in both eyes. He did say that he has had patients that have had issues in one eye. He has had patients that had to get strabismus surgery in one eye, but not like this. And from what I looked up,
dude, that's so funny. The doctor just fucked his shit up.
if people get orbital decompression, there's
oh my god,
a 15% chance of a misalignment. He was giving me statistics.
Dude, that is huge.
At least these new doctors seem competent.
Yeah, like, at least it's not some, like, jank fucking plastic surgery. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Dude, that is a huge fucking risk. 15%, like, what is that? Like, 1 in 6 or something?
Saying there's a 3% chance. Now, he never told me I would be cross-eyed. He told me I had a chance of double vision. He did not mention that I would also be cross-eyed, which, might have deterred me from getting the surgery. But I'm assuming what he was saying was in 3% of his procedures, that was his personal, I guess you would say, success or failure rate with patients having issues with.
Okay, that is insanely stupid. Why wouldn't you go by a general average? If this guy's going to say, oh, it only happens in 3% of cases when I do it. Oh, okay, well, he's super fucking biased. Obviously, he has a financial incentive not to tell you the truth. And, like, 3%, I wouldn't want to take a 3% risk of being fucking cross-eyed.
Eye misalignment, which compared to medical literature that I've read, the medical literature was much higher. But the thing is, if he's telling me 3% of his cases had misalignment in one eye, what's 3% of 3%? I did the math once. It's I don't remember exactly, but it's something crazy. It's like 0.1%.
What does he mean 3% of 3%? He literally just said 3% of cases have misalignment. It's 3%. What does he mean 3% of 3%?
Chance that both of my eyes would have been misaligned, which I mean, I kind of believe him if he's telling me it's never happened before, because statistically speaking, I mean, even a 15% chance of 15% or 10% of 10%, it's very, very low. But
what an idiot.
To get the short end of the stick, seems to be very, very unlucky. So it wasn't helpful, because he basically said he never saw it before, and now I got to go to these other surgeons to try to correct the issue. So I'm not too happy about it. I was telling myself, this plastic surgery I got in California a few months ago was going to be the last plastic surgery I would ever get in my life. And here I am, waking up at 2 a.m. to get a taxi to New York to go get this surgery. So I'm not happy about this. Hopefully it's just this one surgery and then it's fixed, and then I never have to go under anesthesia again in my life. But yeah, that's the eye update, I guess. So we're going to get him fixed. He's supposed to do. He said doing fixing one eye has a 90% chance of fixing both of them. So hopefully that's the truth. Hopefully it's not some weird thing where the.
Why the fuck did he get this surgery in the first place?
It was cosmetic surgery. He basically thought it would make him look prettier. That's literally the only reason. Thanks for the donation, San.
Misalignment was caused surgically, and both of them have to be corrected surgically. I hope that's not the case. I have a feeling it might be, because...
Why did Frank get the eye surgery in the first place? They looked fine to me. How much did the first plastic surgery cost?
So it was cosmetic surgery. He did it just to look prettier, and it cost him, I think, over $30,000. I think he said it was like $33,000, something like that, and he had to take out a loan to be able to afford it. It was really retarded. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
I mean, after that procedure, both of them were misaligned, and I have a bad memory, but I think it's called esotropia, where the eyes point inward, and exotropia is when the eyes point outward. Some of you guys are suggesting, oh, you could fix it with exercises. People have fixed lazy eyes with exercises. Esotropia, where the eyes point inward, it's the one where it can't really get fixed with eye exercises. The others have seen some success, but especially both eyes. If one eye was off, then you could cover it, the other eye, and strengthen the eye. But the problem is, if both eyes are pointing inward, the only way to really strengthen them is to cover one and get it to focus. But if you cover one, one eye gets better and the other stays bad, and it never gets fixed. Surgery is basically the only option, or hoping it gets better on its own. I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that esotropia can be fixed on its own. And more importantly, everything past about 3 feet in front of me, I see 2 of. It's not easy. My vision is very messed up. It's very difficult to drive. It's it's confusing. It's hard to do, even just my day-to-day tasks. And I definitely don't like I don't make eye contact with people anymore because I know my eyes are fucked. I don't like making eye contact with people anymore. So hopefully we get it fixed today. I'm not too upset about it because it's not a crazy procedure. It has a very high success rate. It can be done again. It's nothing insane. It's not it's not a crazy insane thing to get done. So that's enough yapping. It's a few hour drive to New York, then probably a few hours in the hospital, and then a few hour drive back home. Hopefully nice, quick, and easy, in and out. And hopefully, the one thing I'm worried about, if this is it, I'll be happy. If I got to get the other eye done too, I don't know. I'll be a little upset if I.
So, he did it for pure vanity. Almost 50 years ago, I had cosmetic surgery to straighten my right eye.
Well, I'm sure there were much better reasons for you to get the surgery than Frank had. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
I gotta do another because surgery is a big deal. Okay? You gotta see the doctor. You gotta get pre-surgical screening. It's a big deal. It's not easy. But anyway, I gotta get ready to go. So maybe we'll update you guys in the hospital.
All right, guys. The drive-in was.
Oh my god!
I'll save that story for later. But we're chilling in the hospital bed.
Dude, he's wearing that at the fucking hospital like a retard.
It's like 6:45. So.
What an idiot!
Surgery's supposed to be 7:30. I don't have clothing on, but I got the head net on for now, so I'm feeling okay. Oh. Thank fucking Christ. That was a fucking nightmare. And not the surgery, guys. The taxi, holy fuck. Worse, I've never thought I was going to die so certainly in my life. But we'll save that story after the eye update. So I just got home from the surgery. Let me get inside so you guys can see a little better. It's about 2 p.m. Should have been home at 1 p.m., but well, and that explanation is part of the taxi story. My eyes are like really dry, a little irritated. I'm blinking a lot. I'm definitely gonna go try to lay down after I eat something. Just hopefully the irritation goes away. So
it looks like they fixed the one eye, his right eye, and the left eye is fucked.
I think you guys can kind of tell. Operating on my right eye.
Yeah.
My right eye is straight, I think. A little swollen, but right eye is straight. And left eye is not the one they operated on. Oh, this looks kind of funky, man. Is it just swollen? Yeah, I think it's just swollen.
Dude.
It's a little swollen. But,
oh, what an idiot.
So what's going to happen is... I'm just going over here, look in the mirror real quick. What's going to happen is, now that the right eye is straight...
Oh my god. Dodo donates $2. How come you don't see Terrace using Teslas? Also, when is Alan Wake 2 DLC coming out?
Have you ever wondered how canals work? Well,
you probably don't see Terrace using Teslas because they're unreliable as shit. They're electric, so being able to travel far distances is a big liability. If they get shot at, they're likely to blow up compared to a gasoline car.
For that kind of surgery, seems like he should have been driven home.
He did. He took 2 taxis. So he didn't drive. Thanks for the donation, Sam. And they're extremely expensive too, so I'm assuming that's why terrorists don't use Teslas.
There are 2 main canals that revolutionized global trade by offering shorter routes for ships. The Suez Canal in Egypt is pretty straightforward, as both of its ends are at the sea level, allowing ships to pass between Mediterranean and Red Sea. However, the Panama Canal is a whole different story. It's not just a large dugout passage. Instead, ships have to navigate through a series of watertight locks. These locks work like elevators, lifting ships 26 meters to reach higher levels before lowering them back down, making up for the height difference between the 2 sides. Have you ever
That's fascinating. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. And I don't know when Alan Wake 2's DLCs are coming out. I think they're supposed to come out this year.
And more importantly, I can see straight. I don't have double vision anymore. The left eye should correct itself over the next 3 weeks, and both of my eyes should be straight. So this is definitely not an indicator of what it's going to look like. We'll wait 2 or 3 weeks. I trust this doctor more than the previous one, and it should be good. So we got to the city too early at 4:45 because I accidentally told the taxi driver.
Dodo Donate Tellers, you should do a skit of ISIS doing a review on the new Tesla Cybertruck. Also, watch this whole thing. I can't believe how gross this is and how they legally sell this in the US.
This amber goop comes from bugs, and you've probably eaten it before. It's a natural resin called shellac, and once it's stretched and cooled, it's used in tons of ways, from adding a shine to popular candies like jelly beans and preserving citrus fruit to finishing wood. Its history dates back 3,000 years in India, where it was originally used to make jewelry and adorn palaces. India is the world's largest shellac producer, exporting over $65 million worth of it a year. But fluctuating harvests and prices have put this ancient industry at risk.
शेलक के काम में शुरू से लेके लास्ट तक चैलेंजेज है रह सकते हो नहीं तो इसमें इस बिजनेस को करना काफी टफ
is teeny, barely big enough to see with the naked eye. In June, farmers implant broodlac,
weird.
or the mamas, onto new tree branches. Their babies will hatch and spread out. As they suck the tree's sap, the females secrete an amber-colored resin. When it hits the air, it hardens, creating a protective nest. This is what becomes valuable shellac.
Maybe he should try to sue the California doctor.
He probably wouldn't be able to because he was warned about the risks. There's a risk to any medical procedure, so unless the doctor did something that was way outside the bounds of, what would be considered reasonable practice, he wouldn't be able to sue. It's also just hard to sue doctors, period. But thanks for the donation, Sam.
This curved knife, called a dowli,
So it's not technically made out of bugs, it's made out of the amber they produce.
is the most important tool for farmers like to raise 300,000 insects to make just 1 kilo of shellac. That's where the lac insect derives. That's where Manoj Sodaogi.
That is really weird. I didn't know that. I've heard of shellac, but I didn't know it was made from insects making this weird resin shit.
Convinced Tufano has a secret sugar daddy pay pig that made him get the surgery cause he thinks it would be hotter to blow loads on his face if he had retard lazy eyes. Totally isn't me by the way, just a hunch.
Wouldn't surprise me. He said he had to take out a bank loan though, so... But it wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
An hour too early, and so I hung out in the car for an hour.
This is making me sick. Have you seen a Rivian truck?
I have seen the Rivian trucks. If I had to get either a Tesla Cybertruck or a Rivian, I'd rather get a Rivian. They're both bad though. The Rivian is not a good truck. The bed is very small, and because of the design of the truck, there's no gap between the truck bed and the body of the car. If you get any kind of damage...
I couldn't tell if Frankie is looking into the camera directly.
Yeah, he'd be a good security guard because you'll never know where he's looking. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Because there's no gap between the bed and the actual body of the car, if you get rear-ended or there's any damage to the truck, it costs so much fucking money to fix. I remember hearing a guy having to pay almost the full cost of the car just to get the car repaired after he got into a small accident. It was crazy. It was like $40,000 to get the truck repaired after a little fender bender. I'd never get a truck like this. And again, it has a tiny bed. What are you gonna do with it? And electric cars are fucking horrible for towing. So you can't fit anything into the bed because the bed is so small. It's terrible for towing. All electric vehicles are terrible for towing. So if you're going to get an electric vehicle, why get something like this? It makes no sense.
The Rivian also has a weird headlight arrangement.
I don't mind the headlights. I think it looks cool, but the car just makes no sense. It's literally made for somebody who just wants to brag that they have an electric truck, but then they won't even use it for truck purposes. So yeah, it's a stupid car. Thanks for the donation, Sam. Dutchy donated $2. Eddie Abu talks about the new claim on intermittent fasting linked to heart disease and counting calories as a scam. Well, it's not. Intermittent fasting linked to heart disease.
Data from between 2003 and 2018. Listen, who the fuck was talking about intermittent fasting then? How can something as good as intermittent fasting lowers your blood pressure, reverses type 2 diabetes? You have so many things. How can it be bad?
It does not reverse type 2 diabetes.
Bad for you. Guys, they're scared because you're going to stop buying their sugary shit. That's why this propaganda is out. Guys, wake the fuck
How does that study... This guy is just a retard.
up. They're lying to you.
How does this study promote the consumption of sugar?
They want you to keep buying their sugary shit. Don't do it. Guys.
Okay, nothing he said made any sense. They looked at 8-hour fasting windows, so they might have collected data from people who may not be intentionally doing intermittent fasting. They were just collecting nutritional surveys, and they looked at 8-hour eating windows. So they may have just had a big prospective cohort where they were collecting nutrition surveys, and they just found certain people were eating within a certain window. Oh, I don't eat breakfast. I eat lunch around here, and then I have my dinner around 6 or 7, and that's all I eat. These people may not have intentionally been doing intermittent fasting, and that's how they collected the data.
These are all lies.
But that guy is a massive, massive moron. Let's see.
Counting calories is the biggest and most profitable scam in the whole fucking world. This food manufacturer.
This guy was a competitive bodybuilder, by the way. And he took steroids. He was really serious about it. You're telling me this guy never deliberately reduced his calories to get in shape for a bodybuilding competition?
They made so much money making you count calories. They put bold 94 calories, low calories. And then you look at the back of it. Every fucking thing that shouldn't be in food, but they make you look at it.
Yeah, dude. The caloric content has nothing to do with the ingredient content.
They make you think that it's a bit healthy because it's low calorie. This is not food, guys. You're being fucking scammed. During the lockdown, I used to watch a lot of YouTube.
Like this dude is saying caloric control. Like I don't even understand what he's trying to argue. Is he saying caloric control doesn't affect weight loss, or is he saying you should be focusing more on the ingredients in food?
I used to watch these scammer payback, people like Pierogi who going around like calling people and taking over their computers. We were all told not to get scammed. How come we are accepting this fucking scam, but we're eating it? And that's what is actually making us fat and making us ill. Every fucking thing in here, it says low calorie. Your body treats as sugar because it's very highly glycemic food. Don't fucking count calories. Count fucking ingredients. The biggest fucking scamming gadget. My shitness pal. See people walking around that fucking thing on their arm. I'm doing my steps in. And they're going near a fucking burger. Guys, you're fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Whenever my clients come in with them, take that fucking thing off your arm. You become obsessive. If you put a particular food in a health app, it should flag it and say, dude, this is full of chemicals. It shouldn't tell you about the calories. It should tell you that this is shit. I'm going to come out with one of those fucking things that says, this is fucking shit. Don't eat it whenever you put that. It's bullshit. Come on, guys. Wake the fuck up, guys.
His accent triggers me. He has one of the most annoying, obnoxious British accents. And he's just an annoying, obnoxious person. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie. Dylan donated $2. Got a new one for you. I don't know why it's so fun making these. Show this one for your viewers first, though, since yesterday you only had 80 viewers then when I sent it to you. Alright, let me see. It's like the wolves in Yellowstone would be a good example of that.
Actually, that's a really horrible example because they reintroduced wolves to Yellowstone because of the way that it was destroyed. Because of the way that.
Yeah, so you didn't read the follow-up paper, did you? The authors of the original paper retracted their original paper and said they were wrong about everything. Wolves were not impacting the environment at all. Actually, poaching was, and natural changes in climate and weather. So you didn't read the follow-up paper, did you? Based in Sigma. Yeah. Based in Sigma. Thanks for that donation, Dylan.
Did Frank always look like a pouty little bitch, or is this a result of the surgery? He always looks like he's about to cry.
I think it's both. He kind of looked like that, but the surgery enhanced his pouty bitch face. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
We got in the hospital 5:45 a.m. at our check-in time. It took him about 15 minutes to get me upstairs. Answer some questions for the nurse. Was basically suited up in the hospital gown by 6:30, and then hung around for about an hour. A few doctors and nurses talked to me in between, but it was mostly me sitting in the bed for about an hour, and then
Dylan Donny Tiller, soon you're gonna have as many Sigma edits as Putin and Modi. Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for the donation, Dylan.
doctor came, talked to me, and then wheeled me into the surgery room, and I was basically out. I was out like a light within maybe 5 minutes, and then woke up about 9:30, came to. My godforsaken taxi driver was there to pick me up, and then we came back.
VG, if a vegan person gives their pet cat or dog vegan food, is the pet plant-based, not vegan because they didn't choose their food while the human owner retains a vegan status?
Yeah, so the pet would technically be plant-based. I think it's possible for some animals to be vegan, really. Like, our dog Finn, he would never harm another creature. Even like little insects, he just looks at them. I've seen him look at small animals and he's just curious about them. He'd honestly never want to hurt anything. So I'd say Finn is vegan. So it's possible for some animals to, have that sort of, moral outlook where they don't want to hurt anything else. But, yeah, like most carnivorous animals, like cats, they're, plant-based. Thanks for the donation, Maroon Blue. Gig donated $2. You owe Aaron P. $10,000. Skim.
Here come the tears.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself from crying. I stopped.
Oh, but that's perfect, isn't it? That's even better.
It's garbage, though.
No, that's even better performance. You look like you're going to cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of your daddy doing something to you. Right?
No, that's literally not why.
What the fuck? What is this?
All bullshit all the time.
Who is this guy? Chat calling the police.
Don't contact the police. Are you guys retarded?
I did not kick you. I would say I shoved you with my feet. It wasn't a kick.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Okay, you think
It was
this
a
is a
push.
joke. I mean, it may...
No.
Dude, this guy's a gaslighting abuser,
You
clearly.
know how people on the internet are, Grace?
Yeah, I know.
Also, it was not domestic violence, which is important because they automatically prosecute. You were not in the apartment. I don't live with you.
Yeah.
Sex will
Clean the
Landing.
Yeah.
rope. Look at you. You're already over. Their life's already over. Had this. I don't tolerate those people, Grace, like this fucking clown guy and these type of people. Or people said they saw it and whatnot, or it's on the stream and they sent it to the cop. See?
Fucking joke for the stream. Can I even see him?
Well, good riddance. That guy definitely deserves to be arrested. Check this out. Let me see. That is not an exercise. Okay, I don't know what the hell that is, but thanks, Gig. Mike Donate Tellers, would you say Cenk Uygur is a perfect example of a person that thinks completely with his emotions rather than brain? Also, you hear about Candace getting booted from Daily Wire. Yeah, Cenk has no ability to think critically, especially when something's emotionally triggering to him, like, Israel-Palestine. He had that debate with Rabbi Shmuley recently, and he got absolutely fucking destroyed. I don't know why he keeps agreeing to do these Israel-Palestine debates when he just completely and utterly fails miserably each time. And yeah, I saw Candace got booted. Not surprising. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Back. So surgery went well. He operated, as I said, just on the right eye. I can fucking see now. I can see, yeah. So before, for the past 4 months, everything I saw.
Is this vegan?
Let me see. Justin, California man arrested for allegedly eating a severed leg that he took from a pedestrian who was struck by a train. The incident happened in Wasco, California. According to police, 27-year-old Rosendo Telez removed a leg from an Amtrak station. Telez was seen eating the leg, according to a witness, and was later booked into jail for Removing or mutilating human remains. The man who was struck by the train sadly died. Yeah, I'd say this is vegan. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why? Oh my god. He's eating a raw human leg. Dude. Oh my god. What is this? Holy shit. Who does that? He literally just sees a human leg and starts eating it? Thanks for the donation, Renee.
So it was double. Now, still slight focusing issues, which is fine. It's going to fix itself. But now I can see normally, which is, which is good. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the next few weeks is going to go. I'm not going to wait until the appointment next week, or I'm not going to wait. I'm really congested, probably because I was in the hospital. I need to do an iodine rinse, but yeah, I'm just going to post this just so you guys know. You guys have been asking me, and then we'll do another update.
Why do you want to make veganism a religion? Religions have a belief in supernatural, rituals and afterlife. Veganism requires none of this. If it's to bring us together on viewpoints, remember there are over 40,000 subsects of Christianity alone.
Well, a religion doesn't technically have to have a belief in a deity, so, it's you can call it a religion. Like, one of the benefits of calling it a religion would be that you can get tax exemption status. So, but you don't necessarily need belief in a deity. So, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking of ways to implement the idea. I think it could work. Thanks for the donation, Monkey Ball Assassin.
This is for more lols.
Alright, let me see. What happened here? Dude! That kid is so stupid. Just ran right into the pole. That was so loud. Fucking kid. Thanks for that donation, Renee.
Update in a month. So we have the initial update. Everything went well. We're just waiting for the left eye to correct itself now. And so then we'll do that update like 3 or 4 weeks from now. Kind of final surgery update. Hopefully it's good.
So you donated $2. President Biden said at a fundraiser last night, this defeated-looking man come up to me and said, Mr. President, I need your help. I'm in crushing debt. I'm completely wiped out. I had to say, Donald, I can't help you. That's pretty dope. That's a sick burn. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Good. I mean, I think it's gonna. He said there's a 90% chance I won't have to get the other eye done, which I'm hoping for. But honestly, it wasn't that bad. I wouldn't mind if I really had to absolutely get another procedure.
Ready for some cancer? Start the video at 53:34. This entire video is a goldmine of strange anti-vegan statements like this.
Let's see, 53:34.
Is your business.
Mhm.
But I think the idea that the primary way that we talk about animal agriculture related issues is to tell people to go vegan is frankly eugenics. Like, change my mind, you know?
Do they know what eugenics is? How the fuck does veganism cause eugenics? It doesn't change, like it doesn't force certain people to breed and not breed.
My arms are literally crossed right now. I just, because there's, again, I could go off about this for hours, but there's so much evidence that, for instance, people with autism or autistic people, we tend to have gut health and digestive issues more than the general public. There could be many reasons for this. Stress would be one of them, I would guess.
So eating dead, rotting animal flesh is gonna help your gut issues?
And also the fact that a lot of autistic people have issues with restrictive eating, in the sense that a lot of us will eat the same thing every day, or will only eat certain foods as a sensory thing, outside of
Then just eat vegan foods you like.
like we might also have an eating disorder or something else.
So, like, we just saw the guy steal a dead person's leg and eat it. Like, is she in favor of taking human body parts and eating it just because you like the taste or something? Or you have some, like, weird autistic tendency to eat certain things? Is it okay to kill and eat people now?
So, to get into a diet that is so demanding on your digestion
Why is a vegan diet demanding on your digestion?
is already disproportionately going to target autistic people for poor health, and swaths of other people too with other conditions. But
Oh my god.
I think, like, if you're going to take anything away from this conversation right now, and there are going to be many more conversations to be had in the future, but it would be however you decide.
Dude, I wish I could debate these people. This is like the most idiotic cancer horseshit I've ever fucking heard in my life.
To enact your ethics in the world, like, that's your business, but to go out and tell other people that this is what they should do.
That's the whole idea of ethics, you idiot. It's to tell other people what to fucking do. What? Oh, it's fine to, like, have your own moral values, but you can't tell it. That's the whole point!
Is really dangerous, and especially because the issues with veganism tend to appear over the long term. So it's some people.
Yes, the issues with veganism tend to appear over the long term. Vegans live longer, we have lower risk of chronic disease. You see that over the long term.
Like, I have a good friend of mine tried to be vegan for years because me and my best friend, the three of us were really close.
Oh,
like,
here we go.
But he knew, like, immediately that it was not working for him. But he kept trying, and he said,
Oh, I know a guy who said he tried to eat, like, bananas, but he couldn't eat the bananas.
like, years of being fatigued and having health issues because of it.
Oh, what an idiot.
But for a lot of us, we may have enough nutrients stored in our body fat that you don't notice. Like, a lot of people feel great the first even, like, up to 5 years, because they're still able to process nutrients that they've stored. But you can't, it's very serious. You can get
What
really
an
long-term issues. And, like, for me, it seems like I can't tolerate plants anymore, like, at all.
What?
Really? So it's more than just, like, try it, and if it doesn't work for you, then, like, get off of it, because it's
Okay, this is just fucking cancer. Thanks for that donation. My name is Bitchard.
You guys can look up strabismus surgery if you want to know more about that. Was I blocking my camera? Fuck, I hope not. Yeah, if you guys want to look up strabismus surgery, you guys can look more about that. They hold the eye open, they turn the eye, they make an incision, and they cut the muscle, and they move the muscle back so that the eye can move. But no, my eyes are definitely very irritated.
Let me see if there's a YouTube video. Try bismuth surgery? I don't know how to spell it. Try bismuth surgery? Oh, there we go.
Nature, you scary.
Let me see, Renee. Rock slide can be fatal even though it doesn't seem so. This one struck in India State near a village. Slide comprised of large boulders that impact an iron bridge, which completely collapsed. Whoa. Those are big-ass boulders. Holy shit. Imagine if that hit you, you'd be just fucking obliterated. Wow. Never seen a rock slide before. Thanks for the donation, Renee.
Just dry that for me. So I've got tooth forceps now, but I'm holding on the anterior edge, so I'm not at risk of tearing remove it easily if we need to. In so the knots on the inside.
So that's basically what Frank Tufano got.
And dry right now. God forbid they give me some fucking Oxycontin so I can sleep, right? I'll make a whole fucking separate video on the painkillers, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Alright. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to touch on the eye surgery. But hopefully that's the last surgery I have to get in my life. Okay, so let's talk about this fucking taxi horror story, dude. This is fucking insane. What topped it off, dude, was the worst chargeback ever, dude. 900. As soon as I got out of the fucking surgery room into the taxi, saw my emails, fucking $900 chargeback. Fucking bank sided with the customer, dude. I'm about to, some fucking cocksucker in like Morningside Heights. His name is Justin. I swear to fucking God, I will get my $900 back. I swear to fucking God, I can't. That was the icing. That made it fucking worse. I was like, that happening was like, all right, I'm definitely telling this taxi story. I'm definitely fucking telling it. So let's sit down for this one. This was fucking horrendous.
Dude, what the hell?
All right, so I called this taxi guy up last week. He says he could do it for $750. Take me to New York. Wait for me for my surgery, sign me out of the hospital, and take me back. Now, $750.
Is Frank taking eye drops?
Yes, he is. He said he's been taking eye drops. Thanks for that donation, Sam.
The Uber each way would probably be $250. And then I was like, $250 for him sitting there and signing me out. I'd probably spend more on the nurse service. So I thought it was a good deal. But I did have a friend over here. I might have been able to. I don't know if my friend was available, but I might have been able to ask my friend to drive me. I'm sure he would have done it for $500 or $600. So I could have saved a few $100s on using my friend. A few $100, not that big of a deal to me, guys. As you know, I'm losing thousands of dollars a week in fucking chargeback. So whether I save $300 on a cab ride or not is pretty insignificant, dude. It's pretty insignificant. So, cab driver shows up to my place, 2 a.m, and it's an old guy, not older guy. The guy's fucking 80 or 85. I don't know. If I had to place a bet, probably 80, but completely white hair, old guy, driving a fucking I don't know, a 20-year-old Ford car, like.
Natty Granny.
Let me see. 62. Oh, is she that lady who was overweight and out of shape and then she started training? Is that the same one? She is pretty fucking insanely jacked. Like, it might just be good genetics, but she is ridiculously jacked, especially for her age. So I don't know. I don't know if she's totally natty, but that's crazy at 62. Thanks for the donation, Renee.
Not a small sedan, not a safe car to be driving, really. And it's pitch black. It's 2.
That is a lot of chargebacks. How does Frank stay in business?
If I had to guess, he's probably exaggerating. Who knows, though? Hopefully he does get a ton of chargebacks and then he goes out of business. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
2 a.m. So this guy's driving about half a mile down the road from my. Keep in mind, this is a 2 hour and 45-minute drive. Half a mile down the road from my house. I thought we were almost getting an accident. Guy swerves, hits some branches on the road. I was like, is this what I'm in for, dude? We keep driving, get on the highway, almost get killed again. There was a construction area, and the guy didn't see that the construction area was still going, and he smashed his tires on these big rubber bumpers on the road. I thought he hit something bad.
Oh my God.
He misaligned his tires. Was going to have to stop the car. Then, about 20 minutes after that, guy was about to try to this guy kept speeding up to pass all these trucks. But he's driving this rinky-dink Ford in the middle of the night, pitch black. He's going fucking 80, 90 to pass these trailers. Car's shaking like crazy. Car needed a wheel alignment and 2 new struts, 100%. Car's shaking like fucking crazy. This guy's nuts, speeding up to 80, 90 to pass these trailers. I explained to him, look, we're not in a rush. We're going to be way too early. Take your time. I said it like 3 times. So then there's a merge sign. Not a merge sign. It might be called a merge sign. It's where the 2 lanes combine. And he's about to try to pass this trailer when the 2 lanes are combined. I said, whoa, stop. And I had to tell the guy to stop because I thought I was going to get killed. I thought he was about to drive into the guardrail. So those were 3 near-death incidents within the first 30 minutes of driving. And I was like, holy fuck, I bet you... I was like, guys, I'm not done with the story yet, but God wants me here to help people. That's all I have to fucking say.
Oh my God.
If I lived through this fucking taxi driver, nothing's gonna fucking kill me at this point, bro. Nothing. Holy fuck. So anyway, after that incident, then again, it's fucking pitch black, 2 a.m., old guy, he's flashing his brights on and off. Guy's going fucking 70, 80, which I'd probably be driving that fast in my car, but this car is older. It's fucking shaking like crazy. This guy's fucking old. He doesn't have a GPS mount. He's looking down at his phone. Guys, by the way, this is a professional taxi company, and this is their company vehicle. So, bro, I need some water. Hold on.
This is hilarious.
Ran out of Mountain Valley. I got this Romanian water. I actually it's weird. I had a dream about a mini vampire after I drank this. No lie. But I'll save that story for another video. So, this guy's just going too fucking fast. Like I understand why this guy keeps going 70, 80. I told him a few times. I didn't want to backseat drive him, and I told him already. I told him 3 fucking times, hey, take your time. We're gonna be really early. But I was just nervous the whole fucking ride there, dude. And then what was the funny? I was fucking laughing. I was fucking dying, dude. We stopped at a rest stop in Jersey, but it's like the beginning of Jersey, so we're like maybe halfway to New York, not even. We pull into a rest stop. I get out of the back of the car. I just start peeing in the parking lot because that's what I do. Sometimes I have some bladder issues. I just open my car door. I pee out the car. I get back in the car. He was walking over into the rest stop. I'm guessing to use the bathroom or something, but he saw it was closed. So then I see this guy walking over, and it's like a little pit. It's like he was walking towards the building, and to the right of the building in the front was like a little circular pit where like maybe something you see at a park that has like concrete stairs and stuff you can go in and sit down in. Guy fucking I couldn't believe if what I was seeing was real. Guy fucking flew into the pit.
Dodo donated $2. This was after the 2016 election. It was so cringe but amazing to watch. It was virtual because COVID in 2020, so the presidents were in the same room together, but this year hopefully it'll happen Biden and Trump. Let me see.
An appropriate moment. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said,
This idiot was on the carnivore diet until he got sick. He got in trouble with the FDA for selling bad food, and now he paid thousands to make himself cockeyed. And yet, there are people stupid enough to buy his products. This world is truly a joke.
Oh yeah, dude. Most people are complete, absolute fucking retards, and it's just amazing society functions as well as it does, considering how stupid everybody is. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office."
That's pretty good.
Might be too hardcore for YouTube, my guy. We need some mural vlogs. Miss seeing VG in the wild.
Let me see. Never ever approach a helicopter from the front or the rear.
Jake Gyllenhaal, natural or natty? I think natty.
Real. Yeah, look at your stomach. Never been done before. It's real. Don't mess around. And don't do this at home.
I spoke with the stunt after a fall, a potential punch, or a kick.
I got a tip for you. Don't let no one get this close.
After taking all of this into consideration, I then had to sit down and build a program that would ultimately
proprioception, learning movement patterns, and a lot for warming up. Your time at a high MMA training, keep it.
He might be natty. He might be. Like, here's the thing.
What is your go-to bulking food? Right now I'm just drowning black beans in tahini and hope for the best. Not sure if this is the best choice.
Probably rice and tofu. It's really easy to make, and then just drizzle on like olive oil onto some vegetables. I'll just roast like broccoli, just drizzle olive oil on it. That's what I like to do. Thanks for the donation, Melon. Yeah, black beans and tahini. That's a good choice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Like, Jake Gyllenhaal might be natty. The thing is, like, if he's on... You don't need that much steroids to get a benefit from it, and especially when you're dieting and training a fuck ton, just being on a TRT regimen can help a lot. It can help keep up your energy levels and keep your testosterone at, like, a normal range. So he might just be on, like, you know, a TRT dose. Like, you never know. But he might be natty. He's not, like, huge or anything, so... Somebody sent me a video of somebody literally getting their head cut off by a fucking helicopter blade. I've never seen anything like that. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, their head is gone. That is nuts. Whoa. Well, he did.
He fucking flew. He did like a fucking barrel roll into the pit. And I took a double take. Because I still have double vision, right? I still have double vision before the surgery. So I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? Is that the same guy that just fucking got out the car with me and was driving me? Is he fucking dead? Is he gonna get back up? 80-year-old guy. 80-year-old fucking guy. He walks, literally fucking flew. No joke. Like at least fucking 5 or 6 feet. Like in the air. And he fucking rolled. And I couldn't look. I just turned around and I was like, holy fuck, I'm gonna die today. I'm gonna fucking die today. Holy fuck. I didn't know what to do. I was like, am I gonna have to fucking call an Uber to find me at this fucking rest stop to take me to New York? Because I had the surgery time. Guy comes back to the fucking car. He was smoking a cigarette. That's why he was walking to the pit, to smoke a cigarette. Guy walks back to the fucking car. He was like, oh, did you see that? I was like, no, I was looking the other way because I was like, holy fuck, I thought the guy was going to die. I'm not telling him I fucking saw it. And he was like, oh, I took a tumble. I was like, yeah, you all right? You okay? He's like, yeah, I didn't see the stairs. And I was like, bro, no fucking shit. You didn't see the fucking cliff you jumped off of? Holy fuck. This is fucking nuts. This is the craziest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to fucking die tonight. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay, so we get back in the car, and then I'm trying to like close my... I didn't sleep at all the night before. I was fucking up myself in the routine as usual. So I was trying to get some sleep in the car, but I was so fucking nervous. I kept opening my eyes and looking and seeing how fast this guy was going. And it was just, dude, he was just going too fucking fast. If he could have just gone 55, he was going 55, 60 most of the time. But there were parts where he was fucking speeding up. And anytime you go over 60 in that fucking car, dude, it's fucking dangerous. It's like trying to fucking... You're driving basically a fucking year 2000 Toyota Corolla. So...
I was shocked to hear Frank say he had friends with him. Lol, didn't think he had any.
Yeah, I don't think he does. He might know people, but I don't think he's friends with anybody. He's kind of a annoying loser that nobody would want to be friends with. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Holy fuck. I need fucking Xanax and fucking 5-oxycodone after that fucking shit. Holy fuck. Guys, day went amazing. Surgery went amazing. This fucking taxi drive almost gave me a fucking stroke. Holy fuck. Okay, so... yeah, then on and off, him going a little too fast. We finally get close. And as we get closer to the city, thankfully, in Jersey, there's more fucking cars on the road. So this lunatic stopped going fucking 90 in this shit box. So now that there's more cars on the road, he can't just fucking... like... So thankfully, as we got closer to the city, when there were more cars, it was a little safer driving. So then we get into Manhattan, we get into the city, we drive through the city. That wasn't that bad because you can only drive so fast in the city. We get there early. He goes to IHOP. I chill in the car for an hour, and then I check into the hospital. Then, when I woke up after surgery, he was waiting there. He already had me basically signed out, and we basically immediately left. Now, my eyes, right when I got out of surgery, my vision was too blurry. I could not see. Now, I can kind of see it's okay. But my vision was too blurry because of something they put on my eyes right out of surgery. So I was kind of like hobbling around. I couldn't really see how this guy was driving or where he was going. But it was now it's daytime, right? Now it's daytime. So I was thinking, I was like, you know what? If I don't fucking die on the way to the hospital, it was meant to fucking be. This guy's gonna fix my eyes. That's the way I felt about it. And I was like, All right, so if we make it to the hospital, it's going to be daytime on the way back. So even if this guy drives like the complete unhinged lunatic that he is, bro. I don't know why I'm so congested. It must be something in the hospital air and the New York air. My nasal cavity is completely clogged. So yeah, I figured daytime is going to be a lot safer because the guy could fucking see better. But I was still uncomfortable with how he was driving. He was still going a little fast, 70, 80, and that car is not safe. I was getting motion sickness. He was like, because when you go 70, 80 in a car like that, even if the highway's a little curved, it's like, thankfully, I made him stop like 6 times because I had to use the bathroom, so I had some fucking brakes. And again, because my vision was foggy, I couldn't really see her, and I was a little out of it. I couldn't really see her or worry about the driving too much. But about 2 hours into the trip, it's supposed to be a 2.5 hour drive, 2 hour and 15-minute drive. So about 2 hours into the trip, I checked my GPS and it says 1.5 hours. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And he missed like 2 fucking exits. And I had to start giving him directions. So instead of getting home at like 12:30, we got home at 2. So I wasn't happy about that 1.5 hours extra. And then, top it off, my eyes were so fucking irritated from the heat in the car and the wind. I just wanted to get the fuck home. I ran out of eye drops in the car. Stopped by a fucking gas station, got a bottle of Fiji water. I was pouring Fiji water in my eyes were so irritated. I thought I got something in them.
Dude, that is so stupid. You shouldn't do that.
But I didn't. And then and we finally got fucking home. And this guy didn't give me a fucking discount. And as much as I would expose and trash talk the company, I think they're out of fucking business anyway. I don't think they do any taxi service, so there's no fucking point in even naming them, but holy fuck. What a fucking nightmare, dude. What a fucking nightmare. I had a hunch yesterday. I was like, the way the taxi guy talked to me on the phone, I was like, you know what, let me just ask my friend first. But then the taxi guy called me back and said he could do it. I was like, okay. And the main reason I went with a taxi is because I didn't want my guys and my employees and my friend to worry that I was getting surgery. That was the main reason that was the main reason I went with a taxi. I was like, it's anonymous. They're not going to worry about me or anything. So that's why I wanted to do it. But in hindsight, holy fuck. I lost 10 years off my fucking life today, dude. Holy fuck. What the fuck?
That's pretty dramatic.
Yeah, I drank this Romanian water. And I had a weird dream that this tiny little Romanian vampire was trying to kill me. But he was made out of ceramic. So I grabbed him and I took a hammer and I smashed his little head. It was a weird fucking dream. But I thought it was funny how I dreamed about a vampire after drinking Romanian water. Because Transylvania is in Romania, right? Dracula's castle? I don't know. I don't know if my brain's working today. Anyway, that's my taxi rant. I'm pretty sure that's longer than the whole vlog is. Holy fuck, dude. What a fucking nightmare. Bro, this fucking guy, the fucking stairs. I was like, holy fuck, this can't be real. He fucking flew. I thought the guy, I was like, is he gonna get back up? Holy fuck. I literally turned around like this. Holy fuck. It was so fucking wild, dude. It was fucking insane. Holy fuck, dude. I thought I was gonna die the whole fucking car ride. I was honestly hoping, I was like, dude, please fucking crash into something. Because I don't want to give you stupid cocksuckers another fucking dime. Look, I just lost $900 charge back, more than this whole fucking trip cost me, and I would gladly get my fucking head caved in to not give you stupid cocksuckers the fucking rest of the bounce. Holy fuck, dude. What a fucking nightmare. Holy fuck. Oh.
It's making
that's enough for one day.
Pretty big deal out of this.
Surgery 4 months ago. This is shit that happened. When you start having to do shit There's too many. When you start involving other people, fucking taxi drivers, doctors, whatever, there's too many fucking variables for crazy shit to happen. And all it takes is one fucking nut job that guy shouldn't be fucking driving at that age, at least in that capacity. That car needs to be fucking fixed. That is not a safe car for a TLC company. And the guy needs to put a fucking... I could have given them the $5 fucking extra GPS mount I had in my fucking drawer to put on his fucking car so he doesn't have the phone there like a fucking goon bag. Holy... Alright, guys, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. My eyes fucking hurt. I need to go. But see you guys for the next...
Alright, well, we'll see if Frank's eyes remain cross-eyed or not. But that's pretty goddamn funny. Okay.
I filed the motion to vacate.
Let's see. JP versus Destiny. Let's look at this.
It wasn't a bloody vaccine.
Of course
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
what,
not.
Is it a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? The whole point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein to train on so that your immune system works. Who cares if it's not the same? There's plenty. There's different types.
They used the word vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines.
That's a completely different argument.
They are
that are different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used
vaccine
to be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this and now it's like this.
No. It was like this and now it's like this. The goddamn vaccines.
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
If he's going to accuse Destiny of that, then you could say that about him.
No, I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you doing?
I have to do.
I don't trust them. I looked at the bloody data.
You have. First of all.
How would you characterize the difference in your opinion?
Peterson isn't even a doctor, so who the fuck is he to say that to Destiny?
Between the left and the conservative political viewpoints.
On a very, very, very broad level, if there's some, I would say if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes. You're basically able to take the problems of society. You're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs and redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum to take advantage of opportunities in society. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so...
Notice how he doesn't care about the old man's well-being when he falls but just about making it in time to his vein eye surgery. Narcissism.
Oh yeah, he's a complete narcissist and he's super selfish. And it's funny, every time he does something, he has something to complain about. I think he's just being super dramatic. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. What Destiny should have mentioned is that right-wingers or Republicans will do moralizing so that they don't have to actually put money towards like public funds so they won't get taxed. So rather than recognizing like, hey, we should have a welfare system or, you know, free healthcare or something like that, they'll do some moralizing about how, oh, well, people should be looking after their own finances, or this is why we need like a church system so that people can help each other out, and we wouldn't need to do this if our society was better. They'll do this moralizing to avoid having to pay for any kind of public services.
Bro, watch this clip and tell me what the ant is doing to that bug. 523.
523. Okay, we'll look at that. Thanks for the donation, Jermaine Dupree.
Time to face your fears, big guy.
Ah. Ah. Stupid ass kids. Kids are dumb. Get wrecked. Yeah, dog versus child. Dog wins.
Look at the ant cow it was milking. This was what was called a scale insect. Now watch the acrobat ant. It begins to stroke the scale insect with its antennae gently. This tickles the scale insect, which soon causes it to extrude a little tube that squirts out the sweet honeydew, which the ant relishes. Pretty neat, huh? The ant will continue to do this over and over again until it is full and can bring the nutritious honeydew back to the colony. For many ant species, honeydew makes up a great portion of their diet, and many ants will protect these insects like personal herds of cows. I was happy our acrobat ants had discovered the plant insects as a food source.
I guess that ant is pleasuring that other bug. Thanks for the donation, Jermaine.
One of the things that I've always found a mystery, I mean, I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Well, so following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations. And I've always seen a commonality in those two in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that
they're not really skeptical about the size of the organization. They're skeptical about the interests of these organizations.
Concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on power, to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical, in particular about the left, and at least about the progressive edge of the left. So I'm curious about...
Hi VG, it's sick it piss. Should we kill carnivorous humans who eat herbivorous animals? Also, sugar is bad, didn't you know? Love you buddy my dude.
Yes, we should kill carnivorous humans. Let me see. This is the easiest way to lose weight while growing muscle mass.
You don't have any sugar in your bloodstream. You get to the gym, you have a 20-minute reserve.
If you don't have any sugar in your bloodstream, you die.
Of glycogen. 20 minutes into your workout, you're out of energy. Your body needs energy now. It takes 3 minutes to liquefy lean muscle. It takes 5 hours to turn fat to energy. Where do you think your body's getting energy? Burning your own lean muscle. So what happens is you're going hammer down on the treadmill. You are actually digesting your own lean muscle. And then that night you're building it back. And then the next day you work out and then you build it back. So I'm going to tell you something. There's something called 30-30-30. I've never seen anything in my life strip fat off of a human being faster than this. I wish I could have patented it. There's an entire book written by Tim Ferriss Harris called The 4-Hour Body, explaining this whole theory. It says 30 grams of protein within 30 minutes of waking, followed by 30 minutes of steady state cardiovascular exercise. Bring your heart rate down to below 135 beats a minute. Do that for a month and watch it eviscerate.
Yeah, so fasted cardio doesn't work. Doesn't matter when you do cardio, it's all about energy balance. So that's just complete pseudoscience. He was right about, carbohydrate being, required for energy, but yeah, that other shit was just pure pseudoscience. Thanks for the donation, Hammy Whammy.
What you think about those two. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism and don't seem to notice that the thing that unites them is some antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that you're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And it's been shocking to me.
I'm surprised Destiny hasn't cut him off and just asked, why would you assume it's the size of the corporation or organization that people are worried about? It's clearly the competency and interest that people are worried about, not the size of the organization.
To watch the left, especially in the last 6 years, ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something I'd never thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, for decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw.
I don't know how he can claim this. People still criticize pharmaceutical companies for promoting painkillers. So, what is he talking about?
At you, but it sort of outlines the territory that we could probably investigate productively.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would say that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of a populist, anti-populist rise, or even an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So, for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism, in that they're supporting certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. That's
a strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
That brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all. And I'm not sure it is, but...
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large everything. So in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of a MAGA Trump supporter than a center-left liberal. So, for instance, both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So all of the MAGA supporters and the far, far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists. You'll see a lot of overlap there.
Right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, this is something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think that's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever. I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where, like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist. And now maybe it's more like a conservative, or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to you mentioned this like gigantism thing. That's another thing where I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like, I could totally imagine.
Well, I care about it.
Sure. Yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry. It just mean in general.
That's
yeah.
okay.
Because like I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, one guy who has a direct line to God.
But they can't tax.
Well, I mean,
and they don't have a military. They can't conscript you.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
And they can't throw you in jail.
That is true. Yeah. I mean,
well, those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, even if you had a local government, like if you had a state government or a tribe, usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail. Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the Vietnam War. I mean, yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, true. What do you make of the excess deaths?
For related to vaccines, there are almost none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered
excess deaths
related to
Europe.
Vaccines?
We don't know. No.
We absolutely know. We absolutely. This is like settled science.
What do we know?
In terms of vaccine related?
No. That's not my question. Excess deaths in
Thanks for the membership, Anthony. Appreciate it.
Europe are up about 20%, and they have been since the end of the COVID
Sounds
pandemic.
Really high to me. 20%.
Go look.
I'll check afterwards. But is this including like the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay.
No.
Are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying what the excess deaths are.
But what is your take on what's causing it? Well, you said that in a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines. You said, well, the excess deaths are 20%. That makes sense that the implication is that the vaccines are causing it, or leading to it?
First of all, something is causing it.
Well, that obviously, yeah.
Something is causing it, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
Now,
Let me just quickly Google this. Europe, excess deaths. European Commission. Where is he getting this 20% figure? EU excess mortality by month from January 2023 to January 2024. The highest peak is at it's like just under 10%. Where is he getting this 20% figure? EU excess mortality above the baseline in May 2023. Percent change compared to 2016-2019 average. So Luxembourg saw a big increase, about 15 to 20. But everywhere else, it's like 10%. Yeah, it's like from 0 to 10%. Where? Excess mortality in England post-COVID-19 pandemic, implication for secondary prevention. Many countries, including the UK, have continued to experience an apparent excess of deaths long after peaks associated with COVID. Numbers of excess deaths estimated in this period are considerable. The UK Office for National Statistics has calculated that there were 7.2% or 44,255 more deaths registered in the UK in 2022 based on comparison with the 5-year average. This persisted into 2023 with 8.6%. More deaths registered in the first 6 months of the year than expected. The continuous mortality investigation found a similar excess, 28,000 deaths for the same period using different methods. Several methods can be used to estimate excess deaths, each with limitations. Causes of these excess deaths are likely to be multiple and could include the direct effects of COVID-19 infection, acute pressure on NHS acute services resulting in poorer outcomes from episode of acute illness, and disruption to chronic disease detection and management. So basically, there's not a 20% increase in excess deaths. I don't know where the fuck he's getting the 20% figure. And it looks like the explanation for this is either from prolonged, COVID-19 illnesses. So if you get COVID-19, you're more likely to experience other illnesses. And acute pressure on healthcare services where people are getting, having longer wait times, not being able to get the care they need. And it's harder to also diagnose and manage other diseases when the healthcare system's overburdened. So Peterson's just full of shit.
One possibility is that the healthcare systems were so disrupted by our insane focus on the COVID epidemic that we're still mopping up as a consequence of that.
Wait, are these excess deaths tracing back through COVID as well?
Post-COVID.
Just post-COVID.
Post-COVID.
Okay.
Right. They're terrifying. Right. They're terrifying. And they're not well publicized.
Destiny did a stream reacting to the Peterson thing, right? I think he did. Let me see if he posted anything.
Wine open. Fuck yeah, this guy knows how to shop. Alright, someone just sent us a tip. Thank you so much for the tips. See all these lights? You are helping us keep them on. Vegan seeking vegan.
Yeah, he hasn't posted anything yet.
And
I think excess trusts are the fact that you're speaking to them right now seems like...
Yeah, but I ferret down a lot of rabbit holes. It's not like it's front bloody page news on the New York Times.
Sure, but I think excess deaths, that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different huge organizations that track excess deaths around the world.
There are many more than 3, yes, in every single European country. Right, okay, well, so one relatively straightforward hypothesis is that it's a consequence of the disruption of the healthcare system, the staving off of cancer treatment, etc., the increase in depression, anxiety, suicidality, and alcoholism that was a consequence of the lockdowns, the economic disruption. And there's plenty of reason to believe that some of that is the case. But the other obviously glaring possibility is that injecting billions of people with a vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the imagination with the thoroughness that it should have before it was forced upon people also might be a contributing factor.
Oh my God,
partly because we know that it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. And
we know it didn't. So he didn't actually look at the data. The risk of myocarditis in young men was literally it was actually lower technically. The risk of you getting myocarditis from the vaccine is lower than if you actually get COVID. So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Also know.
And by the way, myocarditis is extremely easy to treat and you pretty much immediately know when you have it. So yeah, the idea that that would be contributing to a 20% increase in excess deaths is just fucking crazy.
That there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to ever recommend that that vaccine was delivered to young children whose risk of death at COVID was so close to zero that it might as well have been zero.
When you're talking about a disease, the risk of...
Yeah, so the reason was transmission.
Death isn't the only thing that you worry about for the disease.
So you're going to talk about transmission? Because that was another thing that the COVID vaccine pushed. Yeah, but it didn't do anything to transmission.
It absolutely did because it decreased your chance of getting affected. It didn't destroy. It didn't get rid of transmission, but it reduced transmission.
Yeah, but it was claimed that it would get rid of
only
transmission.
If you take one reading of one single quote. I think that Biden said one time where he said, "No, come on." I've heard so many times because everybody say, "Oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously." Biden one time on the news says, "If you get the vaccine, you won't transmit the disease."
That is so silly.
Which was it? No.
Do you know that our Prime Minister in Canada deprived Canadians of the right to travel for 6 months because the unvaccinated were going to transmit COVID with more likelihood than the vaccinated?
Okay.
So this wasn't one bloody statement. This was
hold on.
thorough government policy.
That is a completely different claim to you can't transmit it if you have the vaccine. I noticed Jordan Peterson will do this. When he's talking about a subject, he will light like 20 different of these little fires where he'll make all these little tiny claims. And then when you're in a conversation with him, it's impossible to go over each little stupid claim he makes because then he'll just like fucking steamroll and talk over you.
What I'm saying is there wasn't a statement given that if you get vaccinated, there is a 0% chance of transmitting the disease. The idea is that vaccines were supposed to help because it reduces your hospitalization, it reduces death, and it reduces transmission, hopefully by making it so that people don't get sick or don't get sick for as long. All three of those things the vaccines did exceedingly well. They continue to do that to this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely here. They were tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections, and the myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also to having myocarditis.
It's a much worse side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines to be taken off the market before.
This guy is just an idiot. No, the likelihood of you getting myocarditis from the vaccine is infinitesimal. It's tiny, and it's lower than if you got COVID, you idiot. So why would that be a reason to take the vaccine off the market?
That a 7 out of 100,000 rate of acute myocarditis or pericarditis is not a worse side effect than any other vaccine. I think that is a completely acceptable, given that the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yes, I don't think the data suggests support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed studies show that that's simply not true, especially among young men.
Oh, that is bullshit.
So there is an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine might have been higher, but we're talking about like 3 or 4 cases per 100,000 people. And again, myocarditis, pericarditis are generally acute conditions. They don't last for very long.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical companies. It's about yeah.
Yeah, well, I see. So what
Dude, Peterson's unhinged. He's well known for making misquotes and just imagining numbers. He's lying. Like, he hasn't read any of this.
I see, what I see as the unholy part of that alliance with the pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you make
Because
of the
otherwise,
fact
how
that-
would you explain it? Because the leftists
What the fuck does this have to do with his claims about the vaccine? These
should
are
have been the ones.
like, now he's doing some bullshit moralizing about how, oh, this is what the radical leftists want.
That were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies. And they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon in exactly the same way that you're doing right now.
Pharmaceutical companies
Yeah, and guess what? They had a way lower risk of fucking dying.
helped us tremendously throughout the
right, there we go. Fine. No,
You think modern
I don't
medicine
think
hasn't?
so. No, I don't think
Then
so.
you're just wrong.
I think they're
You're
utterly
completely wrong.
I see. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies
Like, notice what he did. He jumped from making an empirical claim, a descriptive claim about, okay, the vaccines aren't as good as they're claimed to be. They don't prevent, transmission. They have all these health problems associated with them. Then when Destiny pushes back against this and says, no, they clearly are protective, the risks are extremely low, he starts moralizing about how, oh, progressives are just saying this because they're in bed with pharmaceutical companies. What does that have to fucking do with the claims you made?
who dominate the advertising landscape with 75% of the funding are corrupt.
Corrupt is a very broad.
No, it's.
Do you think that?
Yeah, dude, he's letting Jordan Peterson lead this conversation. You should stick to the claims he made. What does this have to do with the fucking claims he made?
Do you think that
corrupt with a tinge of malevolence, willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line? You don't believe that?
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Oh my god. What a fucking retard.
Do you think that?
But please show us the data that most drugs on the market are bullshit and don't do anything and don't overall help human health?
Any vaccines work?
Yes.
Do you think that any?
I don't think 80 of them work.
What?
At once for babies.
There aren't 80 fucking. What is he talking about? Oh, he's He's reciting anti-vaccine propaganda. I know the exact sources he's actually been looking up. There's this claim that babies need to take 80 different vaccines all at once. This is a long-held conspiracy theory in the anti-vax community. It's completely bullshit. Now I know he's not getting his sources from actual valid scientific sources. He's literally going to anti-vaccine blogs and reciting their fucking bullshit. Babies aren't given 80 fucking vaccines all at once. This guy's an idiot.
I think that's a little risky.
But yet we've been on this vaccine schedule for how many decades?
Like
and babies
this,
don't.
like this, not like this, not carefully.
I had a ton of vaccines when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people.
Okay, Destiny, this is God damn it. I wish this was Avi debating Jordan Peterson or even me, because what he's saying is total bullshit.
A ton of vaccines.
There's way more.
You can look at infant vaccine schedule. Birth to 18 years immunization. So birth to 15 months, there's like about a dozen or so, 18 months to 18 years. And again, there's about a dozen or so. So there, like, you can look at the vaccine schedule. Do you see 80 vaccines here given at birth? Like, no, he's lying. So he's literally getting the absolute worst, bottom of the barrel anti-vaccine propaganda that he found off of, like, conspiracy theorist blogs. I don't know why Destiny wouldn't know this. He's literally it's too bad this wasn't either me or Avi debating him.
Now.
Okay. And you think
Well, you can understand why. I mean, look, part of it, no doubt, part of it is a consequence of the genuine willingness to protect children. But the moral hazard is...
You know, I'll message Destiny. Let me see. He might be online. Yeah. I'm watching your Peterson debate, and he absolutely... Wait, let me see. I was watching your Peterson debate, and he lied. He spread anti...
I hate when the anti-COVID vaxxers blabber about the government said this hurt like I don't give a shit what the president or someone said. It doesn't change the fact that the vaccine is safe and effective, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, like again, as soon as he gets pushback, he starts moralizing about bullshit and talking about conspiracy theories because he knows he doesn't have an argument. He's an idiot. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Watching your Peterson debate, and he spread long-debunked anti-vaccine propaganda, and you didn't call him out on it. He claimed babies are given 80 vaccines. That's completely false. There's about a dozen vaccines infants are given for the first 18 months. Yeah, given in the first 18 months. You can just Google what the current vaccine schedule is in Canada and the US. It's hilarious how he talks about looking up research and studies, but he literally pulled his data from long debunked anti-vaccine blogs. I wonder if he's online. It says he's actually online. Are you available right now?
quite clear. And people on the left used to be aware of this.
What do you make of the fact?
can-
Where do you think the mRNA vaccine, the speeding up of it, came from? How do you make for the fact that it was Donald Trump that did warp speed?
Terror.
So
Foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate issue.
So you think Trump was
panicking?
Was he in bed with the pharmaceuticals? Was he working with the left, or was it just that was the only panicky thing he made? He didn't try to push for the mass lockdowns like other far left people would have wanted him to do. That was just the one mistake he made, was the pushing for the vaccine?
No, I think Trump undoubtedly made all sorts of mistakes and it was.
Yeah, dude, that is a horrible missed opportunity. So Jordan Peterson's well known for doing this. He always, whenever he brings up research or data, he always will either flat out lie about it, or he'll fabricate numbers, or he's just a delusional, like, mentally deficient fuckwit, and he just forgets and then just makes shit up. But he's known for fudging numbers. What he did here was he tried to, impose himself as an expert. I've done the research. I've looked at the data. I've looked at the studies. So, like, he's talking about how, he did all this research. He has all this know-how. But then when he starts talking about fucking vaccine schedules for infants, he literally repeated vaccine misinformation that was made up by anti-vaxxers, I think back in the 1990s, that's being long debunked. I remember hearing about this stupid shit when I was a kid. Like, literally, when I was only 10 years old, I've heard about this, like, anti-vaccine fucking bullshit where, they give 80 vaccines to babies. That's bullshit. You can look up vaccine schedules. There's only, like, about a dozen that they give for infants, like, from 0 to 18 months of age. So, like this guy who's claiming, I've done all the research, but then he pulls up data that has been spread around the internet for literally decades. That's misinformation that was originally made up by anti-vaxxers on, like, bullshit forums and vlogs. He clearly has not done any research, and he's just flat out fucking lying about it. It would have been great if Destiny was able to call him out for that, but totally missed opportunity.
Certainly wasn't only the left that stampeded toward the forced COVID vaccine debacle. But it was most surprising to me that it emerged on the left, because the left at least had been protected against the depredations of gigantic predatory corporations by their skepticism of the gigantic enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people looked and they said, hey, if all the governments, all the institutions, all the schools, all the private companies across all the countries around the world are saying the same thing?
Fucking stalker, awful fucking cunt. But when I fucking knew him before he fucking started taking the ketamine, the meth, he was a good fucking, necessarily good. It's a stretch. He was a nice person.
Do you think he assaulted that girl or no?
Yes, he definitely did assault her.
Okay. What do you think about these other, James claims there was a criminal investigation where the government was closing in on Too Mad and all of this, and there's no proof of this whatsoever, and even if they were, he wouldn't have been told about it. But what is your...
They weren't fucking closing in. The thing is, James Key just fucking had beef with Too Mad for ages. And
Like,
the moment
still?
that he saw he passed away, he was happy about it.
But he claimed he spent $100,000 on what I...
Do you ever close your eyes and think of Gigliardo whenever you're having sex? Or is that just me? Is that weird?
Pretty sure it's just you. I don't know. Giggly might have that effect on some people. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus.
Yeah.
Maybe it is the case that this vaccine just helps. Is that not possible?
Oh, sure. Of course it's possible, but that didn't mean it was right.
Well,
they used force. They used force.
We use force for all sorts of things in terms of public health.
We don't generally use force to invade people's bodies.
How long have vaccine mandates been a thing? In Canada, the United States?
They didn't force anybody to take vaccines. There were just mandates if you wanted to do certain things, like go to public places, work at certain jobs, and that's been the case forever. There have always been vaccine mandates.
It's in the entire world.
I don't think they should have been a thing.
That's great if you don't think they should have been.
That's a completely different fucking claim. So he's like, again, notice what Peterson does. He'll make a claim like, oh, this COVID vaccine thing was totally unique. They forced it upon us like no other vaccine. Then when Destiny proves that's completely false, we've always had vaccine mandates like this. And then he makes another claim. Well, I don't think that should be the case. Are you going to admit you were wrong?
When you say we don't generally use force, we absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time. It's an important part of public health.
Fair enough. We did it on a scale and at a rate during the COVID pandemic, so-called pandemic, that was unparalleled. And the consequence of that was that we injected billions of people with an experimental, and it wasn't a bloody vaccine.
Of course
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
So it was a vaccine. A vaccine is anything that generates immunity. This whole thing, because the mRNA vaccine is unique to other vaccines, it's not a vaccine. This guy's an idiot.
It is.
It's
not.
not.
Because it have a 100% success rate. You think it's a?
So again, this is the guy who's read all the studies, done all the research, looked at all the data, but so far, all he's been able to do is completely get numbers wrong. We've proven, like, the 20% excess death statistic, that's a complete made-up fabrication. And now, despite reading all the data, all the science on this, he's getting this wrong too. He doesn't even understand what a vaccine is.
Definition of vaccine? The whole point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein to train on so that your immune system works. Who cares if it's not the same? There's different types.
They used the word vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
So there you go. Now this is a completely different claim. For claim number one, the COVID-19 vaccine isn't a vaccine because it uses mRNA technology. Claim number two, it is a vaccine, but they decided to call it a vaccine so that they wouldn't have to explain to the public that it's a new technology, which is bizarre because everybody knew it was an mRNA vaccine.
Different types of vaccines
There certainly
that are different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used
vaccine
to be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this and now it's like this.
No. It was like this and now it's like this. The mRNA technology was a radical qualitative leap forward in technology. You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it...
There's been mRNA. So mRNA vaccine technology has been around for a very long time. I think about 3 decades. The reason it hasn't been used yet is because it's so expensive. So a lot of these pharmaceutical companies just didn't want to invest the time and research and money into developing vaccines with that technology. With, Operation Warp Speed and all the funding that, Pfizer and Moderna got, they were finally willing to do it. But this technology has been around for decades. It's not some, brand new thing that, we just figured out.
I got the vaccine in an Arby's parking lot from a member of the Hells Angels. He injected it into my penis and I remember feeling very drowsy afterwards. I'm glad I did my part to protect myself and my community.
Well, I don't know if you got vaccinated, but at least you tried. Thanks for the donation, young nigga.
It bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that. And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it...
Vaccine is not a brand name.
...in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
I think the reason it's called a vaccine is because they're injecting you with something that's inoculating you against something in the future because it has proteins that resemble a virus that infects your immune system.
There are overlaps between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't.
Okay, Destiny is making a big mistake here. Jordan Peterson is saying it's not a vaccine. What you should ask him is make an argument for why it's not a vaccine. Tell him to give you a definition of what a vaccine is, and explain why it doesn't meet that definition.
Do you think if you were on the Lex Fridman-Israel debate, you could make it through without punching Finkelstein in the face? You have to admire Destiny's composure.
Oh, dude, I would want to throw a fucking book at that guy. I would have gotten fucking pissed and lost my shit. Probably at both of them, really. But yeah, I would have probably lost my shit a lot faster than Destiny. Thanks for the donation, Des.
Radical.
So yeah, Destiny's making a debate mistake here. He's not. So Jordan Peterson hasn't clarified his position. He's just saying that it's not a vaccine. Define what a vaccine is. Explain why the why the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine don't fit the definition of a vaccine, and then argue from those sets of propositions he makes.
That last dono was a fake. It was in Kindo. Anyways, can you do an impersonation of JordanP having head problems and blaming it on vaccines? Thanks.
Alright, sure. I can do that. Let's see. So, I was skeptical about this vaccine technology and all that, but, I was told if I take the damn vaccine, I'll be able to travel, I'll be able to go out in public, so I was like, fine, give me the damn vaccine. Well, wait 6 months later, my wife's in the hospital in a coma due to her cancer treatment, and, well, when your wife's laying in bed unconscious, I'll do what any man does and pull her pants down, and lo and behold, I can't get an erection. Now, is that because I'm in a hospital and there's lots of people walking around and I'm nervous? No, I've never had that problem before. But it wasn't until I took that damn vaccine where I can't get erect when my wife is laying unconscious in bed. Explain that, woke liberal moralist. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus.
New technology, and it's bad in principle to inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
So shouldn't we be able to engage in that analysis and figure out, like, if we look at the
we're not engaging in the analysis.
No, because now we're talking about whether or not vaccines or even vaccines or not instead.
No, don't play that game. That is not what I was doing. I was making a very specific and careful case. The mRNA technology, by wide recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology.
It's not. It's been around for about 3 decades.
That doesn't make it not a vaccine, though.
Well, okay, it's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't give a damn. That still makes it something so new that
it is not new. Again, this is coming from a guy who said, I've done all the research, I've studied everything, I know all the studies, and he doesn't even know the history of the technology.
Potential danger of its mass administration was...
If there was one thing you could debate Jordan Peterson on, what would it be?
Well, veganism, obviously. Number 2 would probably be the fucking vaccines. Because I could easily make him look like a fucking retard here. It's too bad I wasn't the one debating him on this topic. I would have made him look like a fucking moron. Like, holy fuck, I'm surprised Destiny didn't know that. He let Jordan Peterson blurt out that 80 vaccines for babies figure. That is misinformation that's been, like, traveling around the internet since, like, the fucking late 90s. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam. Bootycum Donatellers, can we have a break and listen to some wise words from Sheik Booty?
Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, dear brothers and sisters. What is a woman? What a stupid question. Wallahi, when I first heard this question, I thought it was a joke. But no, they're serious. The kuffar, the disbelievers, they are confused. They don't know what a woman is. Wallahi, this only shows how underdeveloped, how ignorant, how backwards the West is. Subhanallah. Because they do not have true knowledge. They don't have the hikmah. Because they don't have Islam. They don't have Allah. They went to the moon, to space, you know, in Hollywood. They say that humans came from monkeys. A'udhu billah. Maybe they came from monkeys. Maybe they are monkeys. They think they know everything, but they don't know what a woman is. Subhanallah, I will make this very simple. There are two kinds of humans, men and women. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that men are in charge of women. They take care of women, and you can go out and take one wife, two wives, three wives, four wives. The Quran says take one or two or three or four. Like when you go to the bazaar and you pick up fruits, you know, alhamdulillah. Now a man and a woman can be distinguished by looking at their faces. This is a man. A man has a beard. If you do not have a beard, then you're a woman. Alhamdulillah. That's how easy it is. A man has a beard, a woman has no beard. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he had a beard, he kept his beard, he did not trim his beard, and he told the believers to grow their beards. And that is how we can tell if somebody is a man or a woman. Forget about what they talk about, identity, chromosomes. What is chromosomes? Wallahi, they don't even know what that is. They don't even know what chromosome means.
This isn't particularly funny, but whatever. Thanks for that donation, Booty Cum.
highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was supposed to protect against. And we are seeing that in the excess
We are
deaths.
absolutely not saying. So are you implying none of the excess deaths were caused by the vaccines, or
I don't bloody well know what they're
that's what you're
caused by.
implying now.
So now there's two different claims. The excess deaths aren't caused by the vaccines. The excess deaths are caused by the vaccines. He's holding two contradictory beliefs.
Oh.
Well, look, if you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here.
I'm absolutely not.
How is that is not true at all? There's other explanations for excess deaths.
You know, this is the most administered vaccine in the or inoculation or whatever you prefer to call it in the history of all of mankind. Every single organization around the world is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing. You don't think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations all around the world? You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You didn't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have been bad if it was the case that American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany especially, right, because that's where biotech is from, in order to create a manufacture.
Who would win a debate, Elmo or Jordan? Why?
Elmo, because Elmo isn't a screaming, screeching retard. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
They're going to have angry makeup sex at the end. Watch the wild vid.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus.
A vaccine that was causing excess deaths all around the world. There are so many different people that we motivated to call this out. How do you explain the fact that no, it's a handful of people? Where are the governments calling it out? Where are the academic institutions calling it out? Where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe and you could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all of these issues. Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was?
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody credible and no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't.
Like, again, the explanation, like, by the way, Jordan Peterson actually went over the rational explanations. The overburdened healthcare systems, prolonged issues with COVID-19 exposures. COVID-19 might, make you more likely to have like a heart attack in the future, stuff like that. Financial burdens. A lot of people really struggled financially after COVID. There's stuff like that is a rational explanation. And he's like, what other explanation is there? Like Jordan Peterson literally gave the rational explanations for this.
Haven't come up with a bloody hypothesis.
I don't even know if there are 20% excess deaths in Europe right now.
Yeah, there aren't. And there aren't.
Now, if I had to guess off the top of my head, it's going to be, like you said, one might be lingering effects of an overall healthcare system. Another one might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising energy costs that have happened for a couple of reasons.
But it's absolutely impossible that any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
I think that if excess, first of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe.
Jordan, show us the data. This is nothing but ridiculous speculation. Since you love reading studies and research, why don't you show us the data linking vaccine use and deaths? He can't. So all he can do is speculate and basically make up this like weird narrative where there's only one explanation for all of this. So yeah, he's just full of shit.
So if there were excess deaths, I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places that are completely and totally unaccounted for, where the only explanation would be the vaccine. I think if there were, I think more people would be talking about it.
Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
I agree with that, but for a vaccine,
then why are you using mass consensus as the determinant of what constitutes?
He's not.
Because I think for something
that's a complete straw man.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if this was something that was having a measurable effect on people, it would be.
Bootycum donated $2.11. See, this also, you missed the best bit at the end when he brought up pictures and stuff, but doesn't matter. Watch this clip from 11 for 1 minute. Let me see.
قابل اجيت تستوي من المطعم
مرة دخلنا سيدي لا طالب الواجب لا
And this time the suicide bomber gets close. Very close.
انفجرت من هاي ساعتين اجت
Windows in the soldier's house are shattered by the blast, and on their roof they make a grim discovery.
هذا اللحم مال داعش صار تكه.
Beef tikka. Wow. Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Impossible to cover it up or ignore it. Well, we wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up on a documentary. We would have to look at the one thing being talked about.
And what do you make of the VAERS data? There's more.
The VAERS data. Oh my God. So the VAERS data isn't. It's not a study. It has no controls. It's just people submitting, anecdotal claims. So. It's something, but it's not like what he's claiming it to mean.
First, negative side effects reported from the mRNA vaccines than there were reported for every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time. And
do you think that might have something to do with people like you making people paranoid about thinking there's something super wrong with that vaccine, causing them to over-report?
Not by a small margin. So it's not just the excess deaths.
I agree.
It's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the database that until the COVID-19 pandemic emerged, and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported, it was the gold standard for determining whether or not vaccines were safe.
No, it's not. That is a total lie. The gold standard is randomized trials, you idiot.
And now as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA vaccine front, we decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS report.
That is that is completely and utterly false.
Reporting system.
Okay, the VAERS reporting system never been the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just if you want to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine. That's it. I think it's vaccine adverse.
What the hell do you think it was set up for?
To report adverse events that happen after a vaccine.
Why?
To track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So
why?
most people didn't even know VAERS existed until after the COVID vaccine. Once people know that it exists, of course more people are going to engage with it. But what happens
so
when
it's
you submit
all
a report? No, it could be or it couldn't be. So what do you do when a bunch of stuff?
Well, you first of all might begin by suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So when
especially
all of these things are admitted To theirs, what they do is from there, they investigate. All you can do, all theirs is I might go and get a vaccine and maybe in 3 days I go, I got a headache. I'm going to go ahead and like call my doctor and make this report. And they'll say, okay, well, it's an adverse event after vaccine. It doesn't mean the vaccine caused the headache. And now that more people know about this system than ever.
I'm saying that
theirs is not the gold standard of determining if a vaccine is working or not.
What?
Compared to actual longitudinal, prospective, randomized controlled trial
You
studies.
mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccines?
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you doing?
I have to do,
I don't trust them. I looked at the bloody data.
So Jordan Peterson is questioning Destiny's credibility and looking at the data for the vaccine, and I don't. And then he's saying, "Well, I've looked at the data. I've seen the studies, and I clearly don't trust it. Or it's clearly not trustworthy." For one thing, Jordan Peterson isn't a doctor, so I don't know how he'd have any more expertise in this than Destiny. Secondly, we know he hasn't looked at the data. He literally spread bullshit anti-vax misinformation at the beginning of this video claiming babies get 80 vaccines all at once, and that's clearly a bad vaccine scheduling, when that's not true. Infants get about, a dozen vaccines up to 18 months. So he clearly doesn't look at the data. He might think he does. Or he might think he do. He thinks he does. I don't know how to say that. But he thinks he does. He might thinks he does. But yeah, in reality, he's just looking at anti-vax blogs and making up fucking numbers.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust.
Of course you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or poisoned with cholera.
I don't do that as a consequence of consensus.
No, you of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times.
Do you have a favorite gangster movie? My personal favorite would probably be the movie Donnie Brasco with Al Pacino and Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Goodfellas would be my favorite. Thanks for the donation, BBC Burgess.
That when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How many times do you wear the...
with me.
I'm
you know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions to make determination.
When they use force. How about that?
Especially when they use force. We trust the police officers. We trust the judicial systems.
We do. We on the left trust the police, do we?
To some extent, do we? If somebody's breaking into your house, who do you call?
Them.
I'm not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call Joe Biden? Are you going to call Obama? Are you going to call the Black Panthers? You're going to call the cops.
No, you're going to call a crack addict.
So tell me this. Tell me this then, because the core issue here is use of force, as far as I'm concerned. You know, we examined some of the weeds around that. Politicians throughout the world, and this would be true on the conservative side now, in the aftermath of the COVID tyranny, because it was more a tyranny than a pandemic, are now saying that we actually didn't force anybody to take the vaccine. So what do you think of that claim? So let's define force.
I think it's technically true, but I think it's silly.
What do you mean it's technically true? Define
technically
force,
true,
then.
and that in the United States, at least, I think the idea, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it because the Supreme Court shot it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. Now, eventually, that it was, or they'd lose their job.
Okay, does that qualify as force?
That's why I said technically.
Yeah, I know, but it's a serious question. I mean, because we need to define what constitutes force.
By the way, there's already jobs where you're required to take certain vaccines to be able to work. So they also do the same thing at schools. You have to get certain vaccinations to attend public school. So this isn't anything new. They already have these sorts of mandates.
Before we can, it seems to me...
You could argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's the same as a cop telling you have to do this, you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the spectrum, sure, of course, yeah.
It's as much force as...
First JP says the clinical trials should have been done. Destiny says they were done. JP shifts and says Destiny isn't in a position to judge their validity. Lol.
Just constantly constant dodging and shifting. He'll make a claim, he'll get proven wrong on that claim, then he'll do some other type of, like, make some other claim or do some sort of moralizing. Like, yeah, that's a great example. Oh, clinical trials weren't done. Clinical trials were done. Oh, well, yeah, they were done, but, I've looked at them and they're no good. Like, just non-stop. He's just such a dishonest fucking weasel. I wish I could have debated him. How the fuck does Destiny get these debates set up with these fucking retards? It's so frustrating. Thanks for the donation, PP. Bootycum, donate $2. Can we watch this after? Although this guy is a Christian, it's funny. Hamza getting proven to be a liar and a big bitch. Let me see. Sure. Why not? We can do that. I hate Hamza Den. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
The mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Sure. It is a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are a type of vaccine.
So I really think the problem was with the COVID response. I really think the problem was the use of force. I mean, I can understand to some degree, although I'm very skeptical of the pharmaceutical companies and far more skeptical than your insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising, I would say, given
I'm
that
very skeptical of them. That's why I'm glad there's multiple companies, multiple countries, multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. Yeah, I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course, whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or automobile manufacturers, yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? They're undoubtedly, like, if you look at Alzheimer's research, there's been groundbreaking improvements on drugs to treat Alzheimer's research over the past 3 years that 5 years ago, none of these drugs even existed. And now, yeah, so I mean.
How about if you're skeptical of anyone who's willing to use force to put their doctrine forward?
Then you're skeptical of literally every single person, political ideology ever.
Dude, okay, again. You have to take vaccines in order to attend public school. Does that make the vaccines not work? Like again, it is a completely different claim to say vaccines don't work or vaccines, there are people who have an interest in using force to use vaccines. Two completely different claims. Just because force is used to impose vaccine mandates, that doesn't mean the vaccines don't work.
To ever have existed in all of humankind. Some degree of force, I undoubtedly believe this, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Of course there is.
Oh, really? So he doesn't believe in the police? He is in favor of defunding the police?
No,
even if you had a tribe of 100, 120 people, if somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication.
What? So he's admitting force has to be used in society. And by the way, there can be problems in a society that have nothing to do with psychopathy. Look at civil law. There are people who could just have conflicting viewpoints and think they're entitled to something, or think that somebody else is responsible for, an accident that occurred. That's why there's civil law. Like, what is he talking about?
But I would say generally,
like, again, this pattern over and over and over again. Like, oh, I don't believe force is required ever in society. Then Destiny will give an example. Okay, well, what if somebody's stealing? Like, are you going to not force them to stop stealing? Oh, well, yeah, I guess you have to use force then, but that's an exception. Like, just endless stupid nonsense claims and then making up excuses or like trying to obfuscate.
Speaking that the necessity to use force is a sign of bad policy. And no, I don't think, I'm not particularly Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people comport themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized society is because they're terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly on force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line to some degree, but I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structures that make those relationships possible is a sign of good policy.
Oh yeah, look at Syria.
I have to ask, because I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that for instance, when two men are communicating with each other, there is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts on the guardrails those particular social interactions. For instance,
Yeah,
I
the
could
threat
go to
of
a
force is don't be psychopathic.
What is it? How broader is psychopathic here? Are we defining?
Well, I can define it. What are you trying to accomplish? Let's stop with that. We found out a little bit about who you are. I mean, you formulated your proclivity in terms of, to some degree, in terms of delight in argumentation or facility at it, which you certainly have. The danger in that, of course, is that you can be oriented to win arguments rather than to pursue the truth. And that's the danger of having that facility for argumentation. Sure. But what are you hoping to accomplish by engaging in conversations like this in the public sphere? Elevation of status, that's one possibility.
No, I feel like...
Okay, let's settle this. Put a poll in the chat. Who is the better lolcow, Svaria or Frank?
I guess I could do a poll in chat. Let's see. Poll. Who's the better lolcow? Sverage. Frank Tufano. There we go.
I think debate or argumentation is good because it forces two sides to make their ideas somewhat commensurate to the other. If two people are having a conversation, they have to be able to communicate said ideas to the other person. Otherwise, it's just a screaming match. And I think there is a good, for the sake of like just being bipartisan or having a collection of people in a certain area and having different people together, just that in and of itself, without anything else happening, I think produces a good, at least for a democratic society. For instance, like I would agree that school, maybe not faculty, but administrators are very, 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 very far left today. Dangerously so. I don't have to talk to you about this, obviously. But I think part of the responsibility to that, I think, rests at the feet of conservatives who, instead of maintaining participation in the system, decide that they're going to throw their hands up and disengage. When I go and I see...
Or be forced out.
Sure.
In my case,
that's fine. Example. Yeah, sometimes it can happen. But
Jordan Peterson was forced out because he lies about the story. Jordan Peterson has created this narrative that he was forced out of his teaching job at University of Toronto because he was refusing to accept students' gender identity. That's not true. He was forced out because he was a bad teacher. He was hired onto the staff with this idea that he was actually a pretty knowledgeable guy. What ended up happening was he wasn't giving proper lectures to students, and he was literally holding like basically religious sermons in his classes, and he wasn't teaching students the proper material. So he kept getting reprimanded for that, and he refused to change, and that's what made him butt head with the faculties. The whole thing about him refusing to recognize gender identities, that was just like the cherry on top. So he was pushed out of academia because he was just a bad teacher.
But I think that often, rather than accepting being forced out, or rather than encouraging other people to disengage,
I don't think Turkey Tom wants to do a video on Frank. He's not a very interesting person.
Engagement has to happen. It can't be I'm losing faith in the system, so all of us are going to go here and do our own thing. It has to be like, no, we're going to be here in these conversations, whether you like it or not, because in a democracy, sometimes the guy you don't like wins. Sometimes the policy that you don't like is enforced. Sometimes a guy you don't like is somebody you have to share an office or a classroom with, and we need to be okay with that. And I'm worried that like the internet is driving people into these like very homogenous but very polarized groups.
The data on that, by the way, aren't clear. Like whatever's driving polarization doesn't seem to be as tightly related to the creation of those internal bubbles as you might think. Like I've looked at a number of studies that have investigated to see whether people...
He does not look at research. He just reads blogs.
People are being driven into homogenized information bubbles, and it isn't obvious that that's the case directly, although the polarization that you're pointing to, that you're concerned about, that's...
Okay, it looks like Frank Tufano won the lolcow award.
Seems to be clearly happening. So, and why that is, well, that's a matter of, intense speculation.
I feel like the homogeneity I feel like it's not so much, this is not research based at all, it's just a total feeling, so I'll admit that. But the feelings that I have is it's not necessarily that homogeneity has increased, it's that homogeneity has increased as a byproduct of the bubbles becoming larger. So for instance, it might be that I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. It's a town or city really, in Nebraska, right? It might have been that 50 years ago, there are bubbles in living in Omaha, and there are different bubbles for living in Lincoln. And there might be bubbles in Toronto or neighborhoods in Toronto, or there might be bubbles in Vancouver. But now as the internet exists and things become more internationalized, these bubbles are, it's not just a bubble that exists in these cities. Now the bubbles have come together. And as a result of them coming together.
That's another gigantism problem.
Sure, yeah. Or a globalization problem or a communication problem. But you run into this issue where somebody might be in a particular city or state and have a really strong opinion about what AOC says, but they don't know anything about their local political scene. And I think that that's an issue because the bubbles have gotten so large and they're encompassing so many people now, and you're expected to have like a similar set of beliefs between all of these different people now that might live in totally different places. That's, I think, a big issue we're running into.
Yeah, well, that could be, we'll close with this, I think. That might be one of the unintended consequences of hyperconnectivity, right? Is that we're driving levels of connectivity that get rigid and that we also can't tolerate. Yeah. All right, well, that's a good place to stop. Well, thank you very much for coming in today. That's much appreciated. And you're a sharp debater and good on your feet. So that's fun to see. And I do think that your closing remarks were correct, is that
Destiny could have done a lot better in the vaccine portion of that debate. He should have really gone out of his way to destroy Peterson's credibility. And I guess he didn't realize the vaccine, like, doesn't know about vaccine scheduling for infants and shit, but that was embarrassing. Let's see.
You can run, you can hide, but one day Chris will have you. Chris! Oh dear. Oh dear. And I'm hiding. I'm here, man. Bring Chris. Go tell Chris. Say Chris Hamza's live. And he's inviting anyone to come onto his chat. Bring it. Bring him you like. This is I'm running from Chris. So-called Chris. Please.
Well, hi there, Hamza. Ladies and gentlemen, in this video, I'm going to be responding to someone who I know from Speaker's Corner, who goes by the moniker Hamza's Den. Someone recently let me know that he spoke about me on his live stream from his hijab shop. Not his kebab shop, his hijab shop, where he was responding to someone who was calling him out for avoiding a debate with me. He said he would when I met him in person. Let's watch his clip and you can see what I mean.
We're not going to be filming at all today. It's raining. All right, we'll do it another time. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I promise you, Chris.
Hamza's Den is a lying coward, and he runs away from debates all the time.
Okay. So you do want to debate, but at a different time.
Okay. First thing I don't like, especially with you DCCI and so-called characters, when you come with this kind of preconceived idea you've probably been rehearsing in the middle all week. I ain't got time for that. Yeah? Okay,
but I just offered you anything. You
yeah. That's what I'm saying to you. So I'll happily have a conversation with you. Yeah.
Okay. So you will do that.
Yeah. We'll have a conversation about Christianity.
When are you next going to be here?
I can give you maybe a choice of three, and you can work out which one you want to do. Reliability of the New Testament. Yeah. From your perspective, as a Christian, why you believe the New Testament is a reliable source of information.
Yeah.
The reliability of Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, there's two out of 10. Or does the New Testament teach Jesus, or is Jesus God? One of those.
Okay, I'm fine with those.
I never rehearse it all.
Why don't we do it a bit more different? Like go to a cafe or something, do it over coffee or something.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be here.
Yeah?
That would be more interesting, actually.
Okay.
Change up the scene a little bit.
The only thing I would say is I would like a camera from my side and your camera from your side. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. That in future, the next time, he'll be more prepared and we will have a debate then. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Hopefully that'll be good content. Hopefully that'll be something that edifies the community from our side and hopefully for the Muslims as well. Now there are a few things I want to point out here. First of all, he knew I was associated with SOCO because he mentioned SOCO along with DCCI. He agrees to a debate. He says he would love to speak with me. He then sets out the terms for the debate. He says it will be about whether the New Testament is reliable, whether Jesus is God, whether we can trust Paul. I accept those terms. One of his team even suggests that perhaps we do it in somewhere quiet, like a cafe, where I could bring my camera, he could bring his camera, and that way we could have much more relaxed kind of discussion. I was totally up for that. I thought that was great. So I left that conversation completely thinking that we were fine with this, we were going to have a debate, like he said. However, the next day I get the following email. Hello Chris, I saw the vid about our debate on Soko, and after reading that toxic comment section, I'm afraid to say I won't be debating you, as I do not want to give any content to Soko and that rabid comment section. Sorry about that. Maybe look at the type of people you are associating with if you want to be taken seriously as a Christian apologist.
How in the fuck can he... So he's saying because of his comment section, he won't debate him? How can he police his comment section?
/ polemicist. Regards, Hamza. So in public, Hamza has no problem with agreeing to debate me. He has no problem with saying that these are the things we will debate about. No issue whatsoever. And he has no issue with the Soko team recording it. But in private, he does have a big problem with the Soko team recording it. He has a big problem with debating me generally, it seems, since me being merely associated with them is enough for him to not want to debate anymore. Which is somewhat odd, given that in the video clip we saw, he already knew I was a part of Soko. Perhaps he forgot later and was reminded. A few months after this, I happened to see Hamza again at the corner, and I thought I would once again offer him another opportunity to debate. I also questioned him as to why he didn't honour our previous agreement and went back on that, and as to who exactly would he debate at Speaker's Corner. Let's watch that clip. And remember, you did say you would.
Yes, I would.
Right, and I said you could even talk about what you want.
No. I don't reward bad behaviour. I told you that. When I was having a debate with you, and then you start plastering all over Soko, and all the Soko crowd start abusing me, and gingerbread man, this, that.
But what's that got to do with me?
Because you're associated with them.
Your claim was that I am associated with Soko, and because you appeared in a Soko video and the comments were bad, that is bad, and therefore you won't debate me.
You are a representation of Soko.
Why don't you debate me? What are you? I am a part of Soko. I've never denied that.
Dude, that is just sheer cowardice. That he must have really dug for an excuse.
Right. Okay. Why? Who will you actually debate here? Out of all the people who come to this park who are of the Christian team, who would you debate?
Here?
Yeah.
You're all pigeons. None of you are sincere.
So no one. There's not a single person you would debate. This is a long-winded way of trying to avoid a debate. Would anyone like to see a debate?
Yes, I would.
Anyone like to actually see it? Muslims? Would it be interesting at least?
It'd be very
This is a man who claims he has knowledge on Islam and Christianity. I claim to have knowledge on Islam and Christianity. So let's debate. And let us use his cameras so we can capture it.
Chris, see, that's the thing. The intention was all wrong.
This is sad, man. I haven't called you anything, but as you can see, there is no one that he would actually debate at Speaker's Corner who is a part of the Christian team, presumably because he has absolutely no way of coming out well in that. Hamza has made his own career effectively by interviewing strangers, people of whom are new to the corner, who are visitors, who are tourists, who are people who are even new in the faith, and effectively just running through a pre-prepared dawah script. You can look at any of his videos and you will see things like that. When he gets into a debate with someone who is knowledgeable in religion, in Christianity and Islam, it becomes a whole different thing, and he can't defend, and he ends up looking a bit embarrassed, and he ends up turning a bit red. After trying on a couple of occasions face to face, while he was with his own little gang of Muslims, to have a debate with him, and having him give excuses on both occasions, he now has the nerve to pretend that he is totally fine talking with me. But wait, didn't Hamza say that the reason he won't actually have this debate with me is because I'm associated with Soko? But I'm still associated with Soko, so why is it he's inviting me onto it?
Time for a new type of break. Creepy warning.
Alright, let me take a look. Well, those are very big bugs. I really dislike spiders. snails are okay. Yeah, snails are fine. I like snails. Wow. Oh my god. Those are pretty butterflies and moths. All right. I wouldn't be able to do that. I really don't like spiders. All right, well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
His live stream if he's worried about me being associated with Soko. The answer, of course, is because it was never really about that. What Hamza actually wants to do is to get me on this live stream, do what he does with pretty much any Christian that joins his live stream, and talk over them, mute them, and ultimately kick them. What I'm interested in is moderated fair debate. Ideally, I would like it face-to-face. Hamza wants it only in his tiny little den, presumably because that lion, supposedly lion, can never actually leave his den. He's stuck there, pretty much permanently. I do wonder if lion's den is just a synonym for hijab shop. I mean, it seems to be one and the same thing. You see, I could go down there to the hijab shop in person and try and debate him again face to face with cameras. However, I think that would upset the lion a bit too much. So for that reason, I won't. Instead, I've reached out to third-party YouTube channels that host debates. Modern Day Debates is one. And I would be more than happy to have a moderated debate hosted by a third-party channel to discuss these topics that you brought up.
Yeah, he'll never do it because he's a coward and he knows he's an incompetent debater.
Which, funny enough, for all...
Richard, BMO supports Palestine.
No, she doesn't. BMO is a supporter of Israel. We all support Israel in this house. Thanks for the donation, Swarm Zerker's Games.
All about Christianity and not about Islam. But hey, I'm confident enough that I could sweep you under the floor with those topics. Oddly, with your own topics, you aren't confident with them. But nonetheless, Hamza, I'm the one who's offered you on 2 occasions to debate face-to-face. You've refused both times. I've offered to schedule a debate with you in a local...
Donate Tillers, what would be a more cool plot twist for you that you wish was true? Tucker Carlson has been a CIA agent for the last decade. Everything you set up to this point was to get close to Putin and take him out, or Hamza Den, CIA agent, to get close intel on Iran. I think Tucker being a CIA agent so that he can assassinate Putin. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Local CAF, you've again refused that. I'm now offering you the chance to do it on a third-party moderated channel. I have a funny feeling you're going to reject that as well. I have a feeling I'll never get this debate because you're never going to leave your den. Your den is your safe place, your safe space. You should probably think more about going outside a bit to the real world and debate with real people, rather than being an armchair warrior and making empty promises that you know you could never keep. This is not the sort of behavior you'd find from a Christian, because a Christian is taught not to lie, because lying is, surprisingly enough, bad in our religion. Hence, I will stick to my word that if you want a debate, I'd happily give you it. See you in person at the corner, or see you on moderated debate. God bless you all. Have a great...
Yeah, he's never gonna do it because, you know, he's a bitch. Let's see. Dodo, I think Dodo wanted me to watch this one.
A man is set to plead guilty Wednesday to killing 3,600 birds, including protected eagles, and selling their body parts and feathers on a black market. Travis John Branson of Washington State admits they participated in a killing spree of golden eagles and bald eagles, so he and his alleged partner could sell pieces of the birds and their feathers, according to Montana federal court documents. Pleaded guilty, not guilty in January. The indictment reads, the bald eagle is not merely a bird of biological interest, but this country's national symbol, which reflects America's ideals of freedom. And so that's why they are, that's why he's looking at probably prison time and all the rest of it. You know, you probably know where I'm going with this. If
Say hi to Momo and Faye, please.
Hello, Momo and Faye. Thanks for the donation, Tootsie Roll.
If you've listened to the show at all, you probably know where this is going, but anytime I see a story like this, I can't help but point it out. That, you know, we have the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act, which, by the way, prohibits not just killing bald eagles, but it even prohibits taking their feathers, even if you don't kill them. It's actually a crime. It's a federal crime to confiscate bald eagle feathers, even if the bald eagle is unharmed in the procedure. So we have this law protecting them, and what's the reason? Let's look at the two reasons that the indictment. This is the indictment of this guy who killed the bald eagles, which and also I don't condone that, killing 3,600 bald eagles. I don't condone. You know, you shouldn't do it. In fact, I'll go so far as to say I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to going on.
Okay, whatever. He is just going to make a point that bald eagles have more protection than unborn children. Who cares? Whatever.
It has become common knowledge that Islam strictly prohibits the consumption of alcohol. However, in reality, Islam itself was established with the aid of intoxicating alcohol to deceive and manipulate. The following story is from Hadith Musnad Ahmad, number 2849. Khadija bint Khuwaylid was a career-oriented woman from the Quraysh tribe, aged 40. Her family's caravan business was highly successful, making them the wealthiest people among the Quraysh community. This is Khuwaylid bin Asad. He is Khadija's father and ran the family business, imparting his knowledge to his daughter. It is evident that in pre-Islamic times, women were accustomed to running and even owning their own businesses. Khadija was attracted to the handsome appearance of young Muhammad, aged 25, and she then proposed to him to become her husband.
Oh, my cousin's son, I admire you for your good reputation.
Oh, thank you, Khadija.
Would you like to marry me?
Well, of course.
For a poor shepherd like Muhammad, Khadija's proposal was like discovering a gold mine. Khadija's desire was opposed by her father, Khuwaylid.
The goat herder is not worthy to be the husband of an honorable woman like you.
But Khadija did not give up her will. She prepared an event with food and drink and invited her father and a group of the Quraysh. They ate and drank the alcoholic beverages that Khadija served for them until they got drunk. Khadija was fully aware of her actions. This was a deliberate part of her plan to pursue her desires. Khuwaylid also drank a lot until he got intoxicated.
Oh, I feel dizzy now. I better take a rest.
Has Christy changed her ways? Does she still have a smelly, stinky loose hole? What's the verdict, Daddy?
No, Christy has not changed her ways, and she does, in fact, have a stinky, smelly hole. Thanks for the donation, Mercy, for the animals.
Father, indeed, Muhammad ibn Abdullah has asked for my hand, so marry him to me.
Because Khuwaylid was drunk, he couldn't think clearly.
Dodo donators, I know an even better plot twist. We'd start getting clues that Tucker is CIA. Putin is starting to say things and distancing himself. Months later, we see on TV broadcasts of Biden at a military base. We killed Putin, and he brings out Steven Seagal. That would be a pretty insane plot twist. Don't think that's gonna happen, though, given how Steven Seagal's a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Sure, go ahead, marry whoever you want.
Then Khadijah perfumed her father and dressed him in a full garment, such as was customarily done with the fathers. Afterwards, the marriage ceremony was arranged. The people of Quraysh congratulated the newlywed couple. When his drunkenness passed from him, Kuwaylid looked, and behold, he was perfumed and had a full garment on, and he said,
"What is going on with me? What is this?"
You have married me to Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
Me? Marrying off Abu Talib's orphan boy? No, not by my life.
Have you no shame? Do you want to make a fool of yourself with the Quraysh? Tell people that you were drunk?
How dare you deceive?
and she did not let up from him until he consented. Khadijah employed wine or khamr to deceive her father into arranging her marriage to Muhammad. Khadijah's influence was pivotal in Muhammad's decision.
Let's see. Russia donated $2. You see, barbecue is the good guy. The people support barbecue. The Russian Federation fully support him. I bet they do. Western countries refer to this man as a cannibal, gang, and barbecue leader, but unfortunately, this is what the mainstream media never tells you. Just watch some of his work. This is the reality of Haiti crisis. I personally was shocked to witness a video of Western expats living in some of the nicest areas in Haiti, and they were airlifted. Second minute in, I thought, hold on a second. Why are they even in this troubled country? Well, it reminded me of the natural resources of Haiti.
OK? Mais comment citoyen entre la caille? Ça son citoyen qui la caille ou malade père. Sorge là. On douleur gain. On douleur dans pied. Même quand on pas camper. On va à l'hôpital. Hein? Faut qu'il soit à l'hôpital. On pas moyen pour à l'hôpital. OK. M'a fin faire vidéo ça parce que m'a fait vidéo ça pour montrer le monde entier dans quelles conditions que nous avons. Ça son personnage un haïtien natif natal on petit nèg tête green petite dessaline même gens avec moi côté que gon équipe nèg qui sur côté au sorti on prend pays nous en otage et puis mettre tête yo avec série de politiciens yo met réduit peuple ça dans misère les jodi amen mais côté la vivre là mais Kaili OK li malade li pas à l'hôpital parce qu'elle gon douleur dans pied. OK, bataille force révolutionnaire, Genève en famille et alliés. Man tout jodi à ces batailles nous en ça. C'est pour le monde entier ouais ça parce que nous pas jamais quitter le monde entier ouais. Pas gon politicien, pas gon bourgeois senti que j'aime ouais état nous même n'a vivre dans quartier populaire. Nous dans rue ça nous en densité soleil. Mais personnage là et après vidéo moi même m'a prend sous responsabilité et que m'a voyer comme baou et que pour à l'hôpital là. OK? M'a fait porter comme là baou et puis pour on façon pour capable aller docteur. Mais ça nous prend peuple là mais à qui ça nous réduit. Et m'a continuer de faire le monde entier ouais. Nous m'a avancé jodi m'a foué pied dans la boue. Jodi m'a foué pied dans la boue pour le monde entier ouais. OK? Beni. Nous va chambre de la Kaili et comme ça et pour le monde entier ouais. Nous saute la Kaili m'a meni. OK? Et pour le monde entier ouais qui ça nous réduit peuple ça. Et puis chita toute la cette journée et bandit, c'est gang personnage avec malade là. Si est pas match c'est pas à l'hôpital nous. Et qu'on appelle les chefs gang meni.
When Muzungus are describing Haitian gang leader barbecue, they use strong scaremongering buzzwords like cannibal, cannibalistic, etc., but that same description is not being used by locals or even Haitians in diaspora. They call him a revolutionary, almost like how they demonize our local freedom fighters, and Mau Mau was classified as a terrorist organization. Muzungu pieces of shit are the same yesterday, today, forever. That doesn't mean anything.
I'm starting to notice two narratives when it comes to barbecue here. When Western media, Americans, and the melanin deficient talk about him, you hear words like cannibal, cannibalistic gang, gang leader, wreaking havoc and chaos. But when you come across the words of actual Haitians, whether in text or
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, like, no shit. The local people might support him, and they're not going to call him those things because they support him, but in reality, he's a piece of shit.
verbally, they say words like revolutionary, hero, freeing the people.
Yeah, no shit.
Not a cannibal, not a gang. I also can't help but notice
Yeah, these people are fucking stupid, dude.
Decision to propagate Islam. It is noteworthy that Muhammad endorsed her initial use of deception and manipulation to achieve her dream. Later on, Muhammad employed a comparable strategy to further the spread of Islam. In the early stages of his prophethood in Mecca, Prophet Muhammad sought to attract followers by promising various rewards in paradise, tailored to their desires. Understanding people's inclination towards wine, he even assured them of rivers of it in paradise, leveraging their appetite for pleasure to garner followers.
Quran, Surah Al-Mutaffifin, verse 25. They will be given a drink of sealed, pure wine. Also in Quran, Surah Al-Waqiah, verse 17 to 19. They will be waited on by eternal ewes with cups, pitchers, and a drink of pure wine from a flowing stream, that will cause them neither headache nor intoxication.
Prophet Muhammad even said that in
I'm assuming this is the cope that a lot of Muslim apologists will use for the hypocrisy of saying alcohol is bad, but then in paradise you get tons of wine. That, oh, but it's non-alcoholic wine.
Intoxicating drink is a sign or a miracle from Allah.
Quran, Surah An-Nahl, verse 67. And of the fruits of the date palms and the grapes, you obtain alcoholic drinks and goods. Verily, in that is a sign for a people who use their understanding.
Oh, well, there you go.
After he migrated to Medina, he was still praising wine, as in Quran, Surah Muhammad, verse 15.
Here is a parable of the garden which the righteous are promised. In it are rivers of water incorruptible, rivers of milk of which the taste never changes, rivers of wine, a joy to those who drink.
But then, several events happened in Medina that made him change his mind about wine. The first event happened during the revelation of Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 219, at the second Hijri year, as described in Sahih Bukhari, number 3091. At that time, following a successful Badr robbery on Quraysh merchants, many Muslims celebrated their victory by indulging in khamr or wine. Prophet Muhammad was very pleased with Ali's participation during the Badr robbery.
Ali, take these 2 she-camels from the Kumus. You deserve them.
Oh, thank you so much, Ya Rasulullah. I intend to marry Fatima, the daughter of Rasulullah. I had an appointment with a goldsmith from the tribe of Bani Kainuka to sell idkir, which is grass of pleasant smell, and use the money on my wedding party.
After that, Ali collecting the camel saddles, sacks, and ropes for the trip to the goldsmith.
Oh no! What happened with my camels? Who has done this?
Hamza bin Abdul Muttalib did that. He is staying with some Ansari, getting drunk in their house.
Poor camels. Prophet Muhammad's uncle. Yeah, of course.
Ali didn't dare to confront Hamza directly.
I better ask Prophet Muhammad to deal with this problem right away. It would be better than engaging in conflict with Hamza directly.
Ali went to Prophet Muhammad's house. The Prophet was at home, and Zayd ibn Haritha was also present.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, Rasulallah, I have never seen such a day as today. Hamza attacked my 2 she-camels, cut off their humps, and ripped open their flanks, and he is sitting there in a house in the company of some drunks.
Jesus.
After that, the Prophet decided to go to the house where Hamza was.
May I come in?
Go ahead, Ya Rasulullah.
Hamza was completely drunk. His eyes were red.
Hey, Hamza, why did you kill Ali's camels? He worked so hard to earn them. You must compensate him for his loss.
What? You?
Hamza looked at Allah's apostle, and then he raised his eyes, looking at his knees. Then he raised up his eyes, looking at his umbilicus, and again he raised up his eyes, looking at his face.
Aren't you but the slaves of my father?
Prophet Muhammad realized that Hamza was drunk, so he retreated and left the house. The Muslims believed that Prophet Muhammad
Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, Stephen, though. Appreciate that.
was the reason Allah created this universe, since he praised himself so high in the Quran and Ahadith, yet he did not dare to reprimand Hamza for his insult.
This is not good for me, but I cannot confront him in this situation. He would attack me even more.
Ya Rasulullah, how about my camels? I want justice. I work hard for my loot. I killed many people for that.
Under the strong influence of alcohol, Hamza honestly questioned the validity of his prophethood.
Wow.
Prophet Muhammad became utterly powerless against Hamza and was unable to settle the disagreement. This incident damaged his reputation.
My money is gone. My hard work is gone.
This event highlights Hamza's character. Even before succumbing to drunkenness, he was already known as a violent individual. However, his behavior escalated to despicable levels after becoming intoxicated. While Muslims affectionately referred to Hamza as Asadullah, or the Lion of Allah, he proved to be nothing but an uncontrollable, rabid lion when he got drunk. After that incident, Prophet Muhammad began to change his opinion about wine.
Ya Rasulullah, what do you think about drinking wine?
Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 219. They ask you, O Prophet, about intoxicants and gambling. Say, there is great evil in both, as well as some benefit for people, but the evil outweighs the benefit.
The verse did not forbid Muslims to drink wine. It only says that there is harm in drinking too much alcoholic beverages, but it doesn't prohibit it. The revelation of Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 43, at the 4th Hijri year. Abdul Rahman bin Auf made some food in his house. Then he invited Ali bin Abi Talib and his friends to come. He served wine to his guests to drink. They ate and drank until they became intoxicated. Then the time to prayer arrived.
حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة.
We need to go to the Prophet's mosque to pray.
Yes, let's go there.
Even in their intoxicated state, these devout Muslims were committed to fulfilling their prayer obligations.
Ali, would you lead us praying?
Sure.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وتبارك اسمك.
It was hard for them to do the prayer properly due to their consumption of wine. Ali was so drunk that he couldn't recite Quran verses properly.
Say, "Oh, you disbelievers, I do not worship what you worship, and we worship what you worship."
What did you say?
We worship that they, the disbelievers, worship? Hey, Ali, are you okay?
Allahu Akbar.
Apparently, these incidents happened often among the Prophet's companions, who obviously were heavy drinkers. Many of them came to the mosque intoxicated, causing disruptions during prayers.
I have to do something to prevent this.
The Carnival Lord speaks.
Let me take a look.
All right, this is Stacy. Apparently, she is the in charge of the American Diabetes Association's nutrition and wellness program. So let's take a listen as to what she has to say regarding where diabetics should start out with their nutrition.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy, the Director of Nutrition and Wellness at the ADA. We get asked a lot about where to start for meal planning for people diagnosed with prediabetes or diabetes. A simple start is using the diabetes plate method. Find a 9-inch plate. These are usually the smaller luncheon or salad plates in your dinnerware set. Fill half the plate with non-starchy vegetables like leafy greens, green beans, broccoli, and then 1/4 of the plate from lean protein, and the remaining quarter section of your quality carbohydrate choice, such as starchy vegetables, rice, pasta, bread. Drink calorie-free beverages for hydration. And as you get familiar with the amounts, it's easier to incorporate combination foods. But when in doubt, eat more non-starchy veggies. Check out the article linked below for more information. Hello.
Okay, so this is basically, well, I mean, the first sort of gut response is, this woman looks obese. Why would I be taking any advice at all from her?
Here we go. When you don't have arguments, just make fun of somebody's appearance.
And, I mean, if she was saying, hey, eat a carnivore diet, all of us would say, oh, we'd give her a pass. So, you can't necessarily just dismiss somebody out of hand based on their appearance. Although, in my view, you got to say, is this sustainable? If I can't do it, then what good is that advice? And it's not that the advice...
yes, who could possibly eat broccoli?
Itself would result in maybe what she's experiencing. You think about what is the advice she's giving. What's the standard low-fat diet, sort of stuff that's been sort of hashed about since at least the 1980s, where we're eating a quarter of our, half of our plate. And again, it's a 9-inch plate, so we're going to be restricting calories. We're going to be eating a bunch of leaves, which provide, essentially no real satiety. I mean, it bloats your gut up for a little while, but it's not particularly satiating. Lean protein, and then the rest of the energy is going to be coming from starch, whether it's rice, potatoes, noodles, or something like that. And, so probably you're going to develop, problems with maybe gut problems with a lot of gas, and, depending on how.
Why would that be the assumption? Like, most people eat food, right?
How much starch you're consuming, your blood glucose may be hard to control. You might get a lot of just glycemic variability here. And that diet, while, if you could truly stick to a very reduced amount of calories in that sitting weight, you might lose weight. You might even see some, modest improvements.
In order to lose weight, you need to restrict calories, stupid.
Improvements in your overall diabetes. The problem with that is that diet sucks, to be honest. I mean, it's
your diet sucks. You're never going to find like anybody who sticks to a carnivore diet long term. Nobody wants to eat nothing but steak.
Most people, you know, it's going to be something that's going to lead to, I'm incredibly hungry, I'm just going to binge, and that's
yeah,
diabetic.
blah blah, whatever. Let's see what other stupid shit.
Okay, take a listen to some of this nonsense.
It's a lot like radiation. We know a lot will kill you. High meat consumption is associated with a doubling or tripling of your chances of heart disease, diabetes, type 2 diabetes, by the way, and many types of cancer, prostate, breast, the GI tract. We don't really know what the safe level is, but in blue zones, you know, they're living a long time, enjoying meat during birthdays and weddings and after church on Sunday. And people don't like to hear that because people love meat, but it's one of these things where, you know, yellow flag, enjoy it occasionally.
Okay, that was Dan Butner. I'm not sure how I pronounce his name. He is he is a Seventh-day Adventist religious person, and is part of this religious belief, right? This, you know, claiming that, you know, it's 2, 3, 4 times more likely to kill you of various diseases and give you diabetes. Once again, relying on basically useless epidemiology.
Yes, epidemiology is useless, even though it has a 90% concordance with randomized trials, and we've learned plenty with epidemiology. We discovered that cigarette smoking was harmful due to epidemiology, but yeah, it's useless. So big he has to do this because if he doesn't deny epidemiology, then he has to admit that, yeah, the data shows meat is bad for you. He'll deny epidemiology, but then he'll put, you know, like big weight on just anecdotal claims, as if that's any better.
Which, again, is hopelessly confounded. He'd be more accurate to say people that eat at McDonald's are more likely to have these issues.
Nope. He doesn't understand how epidemiology is conducted.
Studies which Netflix. When are you at?
Meat, hydro something, activator, GLP-1, blah, blah. I don't really give a shit about any of this. Boring.
All right, are we finally reaching the tipping point, you know?
Don't care.
We didn't have those diseases.
Carnivore Lord speaks.
Yudaf Heku says, under Sharia, Muhammad was allowed to marry Aisha when she was 6. Would this be allowed under your system, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that many cultures practice to this day. And it's based on this biological reality. They're trying to maximize the fertility window of women because they want to have more children. And this is basically the way that evolutionary psychologists explain it. And I'm not promoting evolution, but these are people that you would respect or other atheists. They say that it's actually to an evolutionary advantage to maximize the fertility window so you have as many children as possible, because women only have about 25 to 30 years of fertility. If they wait until they're 25 or 30 or 35 to get married and have kids or have sex, then that means they'll only have maybe 1, maximum 2 children. But this will allow extinction of the population and for the people to be wiped out. And this is why you find it in so many societies.
Dude, this
in the
guy's just a
pre-modern
piece of
period
shit.
and even today, because it's biologically hardwired. And you have a discussion actually about whether marrying children who are pubescent, okay, so around 10 years old, 9 years old. This is something that there's a dispute and a debate within psychology whether this is a psychological disorder. And your secular atheist psychologists say that no, it can't be considered a dysfunction because it is practiced in these societies. It's evolutionarily.
Yeah, dude, Daniel Hakikajo is just a disgusting pedophile piece of shit. Thanks for the nation, Grand Dam. The Kremlin, donate to liars, we support barbecue for president. Is barbecue a cannibal? You high and mighty Americans looking down on Haitians. 3 minutes on, friend of the show, counterpoints, barbecue, Haiti. What is government accepting, successful taking power, blah, blah, blah.
Meanwhile, the actual power in Haiti is our man, friend of the show, Jimmy Barbecue Chirazier. Let's roll a little bit of barbecue here. Go ahead, Emily, describe what people are seeing here.
So you're seeing barbecue. You're seeing a barbecue saying that it's important to tell the international community to give Haiti a chance because what is happening in Haiti now, and he's speaking in French, we Haitians have to decide who is going to lead the country. So that's to the point Ryan just made. And what kind of model of government that we want, we are going to figure it out, how to get Haiti out of the misery it is in now. If the international community, he continues on the road you are on now, it will plunge Haiti into further chaos. And again, Ryan, as soon as the assassination of Jovenel Moise happened, it was very clear that we would end up exactly where we're ending up with people.
You know, there was a time in the United States, I think in the 70s or 80s, when they started, I think it was around the 70s or 80s, what they ended up doing was they changed school districts so that white kids would end up going to predominantly black schools. And what they found was as soon as they did that, all these schools started receiving more funding as soon as the white kids started going there. This is a weird idea, but I wonder if you just start putting white people in Haiti, if a similar thing would happen, where if you just have enough white immigration, you'd end up having the international community actually, bring money where it needs to go, and I don't know.
A giant elongated poop had left my sphincter area and made its way into my neighbor's living room. Of course my neighbor came knocking on my door to give it back to me. I didn't answer the door. Was that rude?
Yes, that was rude. Thanks for the donation, 777.
In fact, like barbecue, gangs basically control 80% of Haiti. That's the estimate. It's kind of impossible to get that estimate anyway, but that's the estimate from the UN. It's kind of impossible to get that estimate anyway, but that's the estimate from the UN and in other groups, right?
And so here's the interesting question: Is that still a gang? I wish we should interview our old libertarian buddy Robbie Suave about this, because
gang.
What is a government?
That's retarded. Too soon for barbecue. English breakfast. Haitian breakfast. Yep. Myth. Jimmy Barbecue Scherzier is a gangster cannibal warlord who is responsible for massacres against Haitian people. Reality, Haitian police and criminal armed groups carried out a massacre in Cherlier's Lower Delmas neighborhood. He protects shelters, feeds victims, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, probably not.
After touring the destruction, Cherizier took us to a Delma 4 park and gymnasium, where now homeless victims from Lower Delma and non-Bawozi are living.
Moun sa yo sorti nan Bawozi, nan Delma 4 la, kote ke moun sa yo te gen ti kayo. Mais Jean Proverbe créole l'a dit, la caille rete la caille. Même là, yo t'a vivre dans ti caillou, c'était 40 ans. C'est là, yo te kon manger, et la mari yo te ye, et la petite yo te ye, et la petite yo te ye.
Numerous victims described the attack to us.
Pendant un jour dimanche, m'lever, m'gen 3 petits moun. Nous, et puis même côté à nous dans caille là, à peine nous fait fin faut manger, n'a manger.
Yeah, I'll look into this whole barbecue thing. I'm pretty goddamn sure the shit you're seeing online that this barbecue guy isn't a cannibal is probably just, bullshit.
Stop. Allah has just revealed a message to all of you. Quran, Surah An-Nisa, verse 43. O you who believe, approach not as solid when you are in a drunken state until you know the meaning of what you utter.
Note that this verse actually permits Muslims to drink intoxicants, provided that it doesn't affect their prayers, which presupposes that Allah didn't prohibit intoxicants altogether.
With Surah An-Nisa, verse 43, Prophet Muhammad instructed his companions not to pray while intoxicated. However, this directive inadvertently led some of them to exploit it as an excuse to skip prayers regularly, as later acknowledged in Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91.
My elbow's really fucked.
I can't go to the mosque to do salah because I'm still intoxicated. We are just obeying his command now.
This trend posed a significant challenge to Prophet Muhammad, as it eroded his authority and questioned the legitimacy of the religion he was establishing.
It's time for the Friday prayer, yet the mosque is empty. Where is everyone?
With a resolve to assert complete control over his followers, Prophet Muhammad began to hint at the prospect of banning alcohol altogether.
O people, Allah is giving an indication of the prohibition of wine, and he is probably soon going to give an order about it. So he who has anything of it with him should sell that, and derive benefit out of it.
Due to the warning from Allah, Muslims took appropriate action.
Did you hear that? Let's sell our wine before Allah forbid it.
Yes, let's do it while we still can.
Wine, discounted wine. Buy now before Allah makes it haram.
Buy them all now, while it is still halal. It will soon be haram.
Really? Allah will forbid wine consumption? I thought he said that alcoholic beverages is a sign for sound people. Quran, Surah An-Nahl, verse 67. And of the fruits of the date palms and the grapes, you obtain alcoholic drinks and goods. Verily, in that is a sign for a people who use their understanding. Remember that. The Prophet said Allah eliminates or confirms whatever he will. Or to be precise, verses were revealed in accordance with the circumstances of Prophet Muhammad's life. Consequently, older revelations were abrogated and substituted by newer ones. Amen to that.
The revelation of Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91, at the end of the 6th Hijri year. This is Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas. This story happened in Medina before khamr, or wine, was prohibited. One day, an Ansar Muslim made some food, and he invited the Muslim Muhajirin and Ansar to his house. The Ansar are the Muslims from Medina, while the Muhajirun are the Muslims from Mecca. The host provided barbecued camel head and a large quantity of khamar, or wine. They all ate and drank a lot of khamr until they became intoxicated. Under the influence of alcohol, they become rowdy and behave rudely.
You know, we the Muhajirin are better and more important than you, the Ansars.
What? How dare you saying garbage like that? Who helped you when you just arrived
Without
here?
us, Islam wouldn't have started. We were the main players.
But without us, you guys wouldn't survive here or there in Mecca.
The Muslim Ansar took a camel bone and strike Sa'd's nose with it. When Prophet Muhammad heard about this incident, he delivered Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91.
Satan's plan is but to excite enmity and hatred between you, with intoxicants and gambling, and hinder you from the remembrance of Allah, and from prayer. Will ye not then abstain?
The verse explains that the alcoholic beverages caused physical conflicts among the Ansar and Muhajirin, and caused Muslims to miss prayers often. These are the main reasons why Prophet Muhammad decided to ban alcoholic beverages altogether. He didn't ban it when Hamza killed Ali's camels, nor when the Muslims did the prayer while intoxicated. Prophet Muhammad used Islam to control his followers, by ordering them to keep their minds to Allah while doing prayers 5 times a day, with the penalty of hellfire for those who fail to comply. When his followers preferred alcoholic beverages than did the Salah, he understood that he
5
started to
times a
lose his
day.
grip among his followers. Quran Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91, was revealed to maintain his control among Muslims. Prophet Muhammad preached Islam in Mecca for 13 years. In the year 622 AD, he moved to Medina and lived there for 10 years until he died in 632 AD. While in Mecca, Prophet Muhammad praised the use of wine as a sign of sound minds and rewards for the believers in heaven. In his first year in Medina, he still complimented wine in Surah Muhammad, verse 15. After he started robbing and attacking infidels in the second Hijri year, his followers tended to drink alcoholic beverages more, which caused many incidents. The first was an incident with Hamza that caused Prophet Muhammad to reveal the first negative message of wine in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 219. The second negative message about wine is Surah An-Nisa, verse 43 in the fourth Hijri year, warning the Muslims not to do salah while drunk. He completely banned alcoholic beverages in Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91. Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 91, was revealed at the end of the sixth Hijri year, approximately 3 years prior to the passing of Prophet Muhammad. His prophethood spanned 23 years. This implies a delay of 20 years before the complete prohibition of alcoholic beverages. One might question why such a significant period transpired before the ban on these haram drinks was implemented. Could it be possible that the reason for this delay was because the Prophet himself had a fondness for consuming them?
Yep. Well, what do you expect from Islam? All right, let's play some video games.